Not even like 40 seconds. All right, so this fortress is a pretty fun fortress. No other people have run this fortress now. So the way, like, it's not a succession fort, so it's not a cooperative fort. The way this fort works, or the way this world works, is it's publicly available. So if you want to play in one of my embarks, you can. But I'm not going to take the save file back from you, right? So if, in this case, Vin has spent hours digging through legends to find stories about legendary characters in this world. I've made videos about characters in this world, and it's just sort of like a cooperative effort to discover as much about this world, the oracular domain, as possible. And well, that sucks. And it's just trying to, build as rich an environment as possible, with as little effort on my part as possible. So basically, I'm offloading the work onto you guys to go digging into the world. We've had a few people do various adventures in this world, like run around and like try and find stuff. We've had a few people make other fortresses in other places in this world. There's somebody who's running a D&D campaign based on or using the names of several of the factions in this world, and we haven't really unlocked half of it. So it's kind of neat. We've done a lot of neat world building with this. Basically, the whole goal is just to keep this world running for a really long time. And like I said, in between fortresses and whatnot, I will upload the world itself to the Google Drive and let you guys download it and play with it. So this particular fortress is called Trifle Fortress. Bobet Geshud. We had another fortress, which was called Bobet Vangush, which was Trifle Killers. Trifle Killers, how would I say this in lore terms? Had a misunderstanding which caused one of the dwarves to kill every single other one of the dwarves in the fortress. The first fortress we did in this world was this one, right? The Fortress of Crypt Abbey. Now, Crypt Abbey is a fortress of the Coastal Guild in the Vessel of Artifice. We spent 8 weeks there or something. We were there for quite a while. In the Plain of Virginity, right on the edge of an evil resurrecting biome. There we realized that this world has kobolds that are smart enough to take over castles from humans. You heard that as Crypt Daddy? I mean, say la vie. You hear what you want to hear, right? So, shout outs to the site government of Gibbous, the kobolds that literally took over a castle. But there's 2 points in this world that are fascinating that we found, okay? First one is this one, the Fortress of Diverth. The second one is this one, the Fort of Menestubs. Menestubs has been around for a very, very, very long time and has, I think, the highest body count of any place in the world. This is essentially like Helm's fucking Deep. Every single year, it's invaded 2 to 3 dozen times, and no one's ever successful at taking over it, and everybody dies. There's only a handful of goblins in the fortress itself, but almost every dwarf that shows up at my fort has fought in some battle at Menestubs. So that's neat. There's also 2 mercenary bands that are always hired in defense and attacking as strategists for almost every fight. No, that's not the thing. There isn't that many trolls there. Their population is 30-something of slot. It's ridiculous. Then this one is the first place in the world where dwarves dug too deep and is populated by the unnameable amazements of the Nightmare of Coiling and the noseless skunk demon known as Babette. So Babette's a little OP and has close to 10,000 kills to their name. I made a video about Babette. If you would like a video about Babette, I can link it if you want. It's called The Obliteration of Diverth over on my YouTube channel. And then we settled somewhere down here, and I think it was really close to another dwarven fortress, so I can't even see it on the map. But Trifle Killers was around this area somewhere. But regardless, it's gone now. And now we're up here. So our goal for this fortress and this world right now is we want to... which one? Dive Earth or Menace Dubs? Because I think there's footage... I think... Because Vin recorded footage of, I think, both of them. And I need to do something with them at some point. But our goal is to take over Dive Earth. That's our goal. We want to raid and win a fight against Dive Earth. So we were building up a military outpost to do that, and now we're building up another one. The reason we... Hey, Packers. How you doing? The reason we left this fort was because we were starting to run into some weird hauling bugs, which was getting very annoying. Menace Dubs isn't a city. Menace Dubs is literally just a fort. So it's like a small above-ground structure with a couple buildings in it. Like, it's nothing fancy. It's just a simple little above-ground structure with a couple buildings in it. So, yeah, that's kind of like a brief overview of the world and why we're here. As far as this fortress itself, this fortress is still quite new. I think was started last week, actually. A lot of the dwarves in this fortress have migrated from previous fortresses. As you can see, we actually have quite a few military dwarves training. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recruits, a mace dwarf, some swords dwarves, some axe dwarves, a bunch of wrestlers, a few marks dwarves, which are training as hopefully not marks dwarves, and then a bunch of hammer dwarves. Lots of unnamed dwarves, so we can totally get anybody in here if they want. But first, we'll just read through the named dwarves. If you'd like to check in with your dwarf, if you've had a dwarf in this world, let me know. So the named dwarves are Kibs and Britches, Axon, Brahms, Cyrolac, Magna, Marty Party, Metroid, Vezrelix, Rhinestone Quatch, Arch, Ara, Elikabu, Maximus, Goats, Balinor, Clayton, Bastet, and Flipper. Dwarves like Bastet, if I remember correctly, yeah. Bastet came from my previous fortress, so has a couple of kills. Are you dead yet? Probably. I'm pretty certain you're dead. Animal, what kind of dwarf would you like? No, it's literally just a fort, not a big city. The big city is Menace Dubs. But this biome that we're in is a rather scary biome. We got giant sponges, giant buzzards, great horned owls, and troglodytes in the basement. It's good times. Let's go one at a time, though. Animal wants a kid? All right. So I'll be asking multiple times for names. So if you already put your name in, if there's people ahead of you, just... We'll be going one at a time. I don't know how wise it is to be a child. You're 1 year old, born on the 19th of Opal in the year 267. He didn't feel anything after seeing a giant buzzard die and was delighted watching a performance where a giant buzzard died. He's clean-shaven sideburns and a long mustache that's neatly combed, medium-length beard arranged in double braids, and very long hair that is tied in a ponytail. He is average in size, and his slightly close-set raw umber eyes are round, and his nose is broad, and his ears are somewhat short. There's some creepy art in that one. Yeah. I called it too. I called it a long time ago that that's what he was going to do, but we shouldn't spoil Krug Smash videos. Then we shouldn't. He personally sees a concealment of emotions as a betrayal. Tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. Values sacrifice, artwork, and finds artwork boring. And sees competition as wasteful and silly. Dreams of mastering his skill. He's easily moved to mercy and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He is a little wasteful when working on projects, and he tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one to pass. Someone is texting me. Who is texting me? It's my little sister. He doesn't focus on material gains. He's often nervous and enjoys the company of others and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And he's particularly ambitious and he tenses up when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. You had a character named El Bastardo? El Bastardo. Died at age 3. I think it was Kiri who had a king who had like a 5-day reign and then immediately ended up playing as a baby who died in battle or something. Pretty sure it was Kiri. Speaking of CK3, since it's on topic, yesterday I put a bunch of work, little over an hour worth of work into collecting clips and stuff and making a Halcyon frequency clip reel over on Twitter. If you want to see a clip reel of some of my teammates, I'm pretty proud of that one. I think I did a good job. It's specifically focused on Crusader Kings things. And we are not evil, I'll have you know. Very much not evil. Oh, wait, you clipped one of those clips? Good job, Animal. Good job. All right, so Animal, your dwarf seems kind of happy as far as relations go. Your parents are the tavern keeper and a spear dwarf. Since I like making families in Dwarf Fortress because I think that makes things a little bit more fun, does somebody want to be a tavern keeper or a spear dwarf to be one of Animal's parents? Because I think that would be kind of fun, right? Animal wanted a child. All of your siblings are not in the fortress. You'll be the tavern keeper, war merchant? Sure. Your left foot is broken. Ow. Can you be a recruit? Absolutely, pilot guy. But first, war merchant is 137 years old, born on the 17th of Slate in the year 131. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is braided. This world is interesting because there's, like, necromancers and stuff in this world, whereas, like, my other world, there isn't even necromancers. Like, it's a little weird playing in the other world. He personally finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting to be distasteful, views loyalty unfavorably, values sacrifice, and respects the development of his skill. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Sorry, I'm texting back and forth with my little sister. I'm hanging out with my little sister again tonight because she heads back to Quebec tomorrow. So he personally finds those that develop skills. He always is tense and jittery after retching on Miasma 262. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Is very humble and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He is slow to anger and tends to avoid crowds. He's a friendly individual. He has a greedy streak and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. So that's your tavern keeper, war merchant. Pilot guy said he wants a recruit. There is tons of dwarves, so everybody can get one. If, uh-oh, hold up. We actually have a strange mood that went off that might have happened last week, and I forgot. But anyway, he's got everything he needs, so it's fine. The Duke, the recruit. and seems to be enjoying it. Pilot. She feels euphoric due to inebriation. Also, hey, Keen Cook. Those things. She feels euphoric due to inebriation, and within the last season, was interested remembering learning about dodging. She is a daughter of Faith Gillam Wheels and Nish Natural Paged, and is an ardent worshipper of Dur, a faithful worshipper of the Gravel of Bronze, a worshipper of Alron, a worshipper of Stitad, the Wealth of Gold, and an ardent worshipper of Detan, the Aquamarine Mines. Dur being the most popular deity, the god of war and fortresses. Gravel of Bronze, also one of our deities, associated with mountains. Alron, the deity of the vessel of artifice, associated with jewels. Stitand, Lemul, also a deity of the vessel of artifice. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with wealth. And finally, Detan, a deity of the brushed tongues, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with metals. She personally values cunning and values honesty and dreams of raising a family. She only rarely feels strong cravings and urges, and she is very impolite. And she is inconsiderate of property and finds obligations confining. There's always a coffin. It's why you buy cloth and leather from your first traders. Always. Maybe glass too, and a couple of gems. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She likes a little excitement now and again and is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She does not often feel lustful, and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and isn't given to flights of fancy, and she can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. She starts to whisper when she's trying to remember something, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. A fishbone shield? I've gotten like no weapons or armor in my Millennium for it, and it makes me kind of sad because weapons and armor are fun. You know? Alright, so the dwarves we've named are Animal, War Merchant, and Pilot. Let's see, who else wanted a dwarf? Actually, chat, just let me know. Who would like a dwarf? While we unpause for a minute, while they bring more tables in. So this large room here, I'll just give you guys a brief tour. The Laborious Nut, our tavern. Right next to it is the Tragic Abbey, which is our, obviously our abbey. And over to the right is a library. I'm going for this big open room structure idea so that they can all just like easily dance and move from place to place. Keep things simple, you know? Oh, would you look at that? Well, it's pretty nice, that's for sure. Asmil Athilkomon, the peasant, has created Ilazurzak, a nice scepter, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Lemul Gorgeous Slipped. No, the Laborious Nut. It was randomly generated and I laughed, so we kept it. It's a nice scepter, yeah. It's a very nice scepter. It's worth 8,400. This is a nice scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cushioned nice cabochons and oval marble cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of marble and cave spider silk. Cool. Pedestal? Rock. Ooh. Da-da-da-da-dum. Hey, Tapioc, how we doing? So I haven't done a proper overview of this whole fortress yet, so we'll do that. If anybody else would like a dwarf, just like let me know in a second. Check this out. Check this biome out. This is fucking cool. So it's a black sand desert. It's untamed wilds, so there's big animals and they all scary. This is kind of the top area that we have, or the top of the little outer wall that we have on the upside. It's kind of our area for trading. We need to do some work up there. Down beneath it, there's kind of this underground area where we have our animals, our livestock, as well as the majority of the training. There's a lot of it going on. I mean, look at all these soldiers. It's a little bit ridiculous. But then over here we have a waterfall, okay? And that waterfall empties down into this massive gorge. There is a light aquifer on the entire map, so you might notice that we've kind of dug through it down there. And also, hey, Dr. Phineas, how you doing today, man? And then we have this kind of large thing going along the edge of the river. Yeah. Cooler, what's up? What's up? Is really bad at counting. Yeah, I've noticed this. Although I think Kibbs, like, intentionally ruined it. So, you know. I think Kibbs intentionally ruined it. I'm not too thrilled with Kibbs, I'll be honest. Then down there is drinks and food storage. So if we go down here, we have a few areas that we've dug out a little bit. And then we just dug down to caverns. And we're all the way down in here where we found Galena. Where we are making, or we're making, I'm not sure if we still are, silver warhammers. And is this hooked up to anything? No, it's not. We should probably hook that up to a lever. You might get 67 3 times instead of twice. Sweet sparkle farts. What is that? What's a dog? Hello, Sparkles. How's you? The one with the best using them. Yeah, so we need to put a lever in somewhere. Yeah, none of these are hooked up. Although I do have 2 levers up here. And then 1 more lever right there. All right, something else I need to check, because how many squads do I have? I've got 3 full squads. How many warhammers have I made? Because that's our weapon of choice. Plenty. Good. Just had to check that. How am I? I'm doing okay. Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer Mission. Nicer. That's funny. Because there's no science experiment, that's nicer than that. Well, I mean, I can't argue with that. Hope y'all are well. I'm doing my best. Sophie? How is Sophie? I hope this fortress has many awesome adventures. It's, I mean, we're off to a start. I need a method of dealing with bodies. That's probably what we should do next, actually. But I'm kind of trying to parse how we're going to defend this fortress. That's something that we need to work out today. Because we are building up our military, right? And our military is full of hammer dwarves. And they're going to be very good. The problem is simple, though. We don't really have, like, a proper defensive building. So I'm thinking I'm thinking we go the drowning trap route, because drowning traps are fun. You know, everybody knows that big thing that drowns people is fun, right? So I'm thinking that's probably the route we're gonna go. Compartmentalize? What do you mean? Yeah, that happened to me yesterday. And will probably happen again today. Because sun's going down pretty early now. Like, it gets dark at like 4 p.m. here now. Or not quite 4 p.m., but... So there's a lot of dwarves that don't have bedrooms. How are we doing actually on bedrooms? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12 dwarves do not have bedrooms yet. Now, are all of these claimed? I think they are. Yep. So then I started digging these ones out up this way. I want to say all of these are claimed. No, they aren't, because not all of them have beds. Basically, you build it in sections, cutting it up with walls. This naturally contains attackers that do breach into the fortress. I mean, yeah, but that still doesn't solve the problem that I don't want them to breach into the fortress at all. I want to have a built defensive structure, you know? So that doesn't really help the problem in this instance. But yes, that's probably not a bad idea. So I was thinking, because I think that this would be fun. Because we have this massive amount of water, right? There's two things I'd like to do. Part of the reason I have this building built into kind of one big ol' area is because I think it would be really nice to put a nice big fountain going through it. Because everybody loves water physics, right? So that's something that we're going to kind of work on. Something else that we're going to kind of work on is we're going to make more bedrooms back here. Bedrooms are highest priority. Let's just get these bedrooms done. Something else that we're going to work on is I want to build a water drowning area for all not undead baddies. Which there probably will be a good number of, because something that I didn't mention is we're not just at war with goblins in this world. We're also at war with dwarves. So long story short, there is 3 or 4, maybe 5 dwarven factions in this world. I can't actually remember. There's quite a few. And I pissed one of them off by accident. It was a complete and total mistake. I was invading a bunch of goblin pits where the goblins live. In Crypt Abbey, and well, one thing led to another, and I got a little overzealous and just invaded a whole bunch of goblin pits. One of them, while I was invading it, got taken over by dwarves, and I didn't notice. So I invaded a pit of dwarves, which were friendly dwarves that were our allies at the time. Anyway, they're no longer our allies and don't like us very much because I killed a bunch of their people. Yeah. Yeah, it was a total accident. I accidentally crushed them with a whole lot of collateral damage. I feel terrible about it. It's horrible, I know. So going forward, we need to remember to not do that. What are they doing? I've never seen them meditating in a line like that. Yeah, whoopsie daisies. I think like my exact quote from the stream was "oops." So yeah. Anyway, as well, we have tons of unnamed dwarves. If anybody would like a dwarf, just let me know. And yeah. The noble art of diplomacy, totally. Dr. Phineas, what kind of dwarf would you like to be dwarfed as, my friend? Because we got peasants, which need jobs. We've got military. We've got Crafters, farmers, miners, masons, jewelers. Rando, hold my arrow up and close my eyes for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Done. Whatever's closest. Or this one. Okay, I'm not going to be that mean. I'm not... Well, do you really want this dwarf? This dwarf came from another fortress and didn't bring their children, and so I can't expel them, but they are utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life. Do you want to be utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life? Can I give you a peasant? Sure, aesthetic, Jack. So, Rando, the youngest that's alive, and whatever Tapioca wants. Do you really want this dwarf, Dr. Phineas? Just say yes or no. Your game? All right, you probably won't live long. Dr. Phineas. Dr. Phineas. You killed Urit Tramplepant? Tramplepant, the human, in 252. And you killed a goblin in Menace Dubs, as is tradition. You were utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life, Phineas. And, you are dejected after being unable to acquire something for too long. Dejected after the lack of decent meals. Dejected and feel self-pity after being unable to practice a craft. You feel self-pity being away from family for too long. And self-pity after being away from friends for too long. Satisfied while crying on somebody in charge. And euphoric due to inebriation. You've been learning about a lot of stuff, and that is interesting. Crusher Tramplepant, yes. You never become angry, and you are gripped by crippling shyness. You frequently are depressed, and you have a very calm demeanor. You don't feel envious of others, and you prefer everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Partially why you're so depressed is because you came from Crypt Abbey and probably hauled a lot of bodies, and then you were in Babette Vangush, where we went from a population of 101 dwarves down to 11 in about 18 seconds when one dwarf went batshit berserk and murdered everybody. Literally everybody. Which then caused everybody else to murder everybody else and assist with the murdering of everybody. So you're a little crushed mentally. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Doesn't handle stress well, we noticed. And she bites her nails when she's annoyed. She likes clear tourmaline cedar wood and battle axes. Millstones and menacing spikes and llamas for their jutting teeth. And giant lizards for their beauty. And the sight of the intricate tress, and when possible prefers to consume hammerhead shark and sewer brew. Are you a human? Hammerhead shark and sewer brew? 80 dwarves in 10 seconds. How to do it? Find out now on twitch.tv/blindrill. So you're an adept axe dwarf, but you're very rusty. I think I'm going to give you woodworking. Just so that you can go grab yourself an axe. I'll give you mining just so you can have a side job. So the next person is... Tapioca. And who wants a spear derf. But first, Ocelot wants the youngest. We'll do the youngest. The baby, Udil. Oaf. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a giant buzzard die. Good. Starting them off young. He says, da. He's 1 month old, born on the 14th of Slate in the year 268. She is tall, muscular, and fat. For a month-year-old, you're doing well on your way to the military. She personally thinks that introspection is valueless, and those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Finds romance, values romance, and does not care about family. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Maybe not very good in the military. She personally forms strong emotional bonds with others, and at times to her detriment. And she occasionally overindulges, and she has an active sense of humor. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and often feels discouraged, and doesn't handle stress well. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and enjoys the company of others. Yeah, Aesthetic Jack wanted a peasant as well. Yeah. But I'm kind of going in the order of what people asked, so. I don't know how long you'll be a Spear Dwarf, Tapioca. You may or may not become a Hammer Dwarf because that's the only weapons we have in the fort. She is satisfied teaching wrestling and interested after learning about striking. Just make sure that you have a weapon equipped. You have a silver warhammer. That's it. She is enraptured after remembering communing with the gravel of bronze and blissful sleeping in a great bedroom. She doesn't feel anything after seeing a giant buzzard's dead body, and she felt satisfied after teaching hammer. I also feel satisfied after teaching hammer, I'll have you know. Fire Nasus. So I can give you that, but I'm also going to put something related to your username in it just so I can remember who's who. Because when I have hundreds of dwarves named things, if there's somebody named Fire Nasus, I'm never going to remember that. So I'm going to have to put something related to your username in the name just more as a note for myself. Yeah, because like if someone's asking for a name and then 3 weeks later asks for a different name, but that first one is still alive, then it's like, well, now you have 2 dwarves in the fort with different names and I don't know either of them are related to you. Just keep it as your username. Perfect. There's like one person who I will let do that, and that's just because that one person is very specific about their names. She personally views tranquility as the highest ideal. Values romance and honesty, values cunning, and dreams of raising a family. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy. Tries to keep things orderly, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and is quick to form negative views about things. She occasionally overindulges, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She rarely feels discouraged after retching and miasma, and she isn't particularly interested in what others think of her. Has a greedy streak, and laughs very loudly when she's surprised. For killed, you killed a goblin in 263. You fought in dreadful dust and match seduces. She's a member of the Dunes of Charcoal, and a member of the Company of Budding, and a former member of the Walls, Bias of the Brave Communion, and a former member of the Cult of Violence. Former member of the Coastal Guild. You were in my fortress before. She's a Miss Militia Dwarf of the Dunes of Charcoal. As for relations, you are married to War Merchant. Your husband is War Merchant, Tapioca. And your only son is Animal. So Aestheticum Jack wanted a peasant. I received sunsets on... I recited Sunsets on the Dog at the Laborious Nut, and I enjoyed that. You're reciting poetry, I think. And thank you very much for subscribing. Tier 1. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the emotes and the lasers and the dwarfs and the stupid skulls and stuff. Cheers. Chat, can I get a proper big old round of beers? It's our first reason to put a big old round of beers in the chat today. Thank you. Welcome to the fort. It looks like you have no family in the fortress. You're peasant. Yeah, no family. Few passing acquaintances. 4 main deities. Dur, bless his beard, the god of war and fortresses. Likes to, I should note that Dur really likes to curse vampires. Really likes to curse vampires. As well as Alron, the god of jewels. You also worship the god of wealth, the god of mountains, the god who's associated with death, Vakar. Takes the form of a rotting male dwarf, god of death. I don't know if there is a god of ale or beer. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Bow bow. You're wearing a marble ring? You're very happy, dwarf, actually. You created an artifact. You own 15 objects, but do not have a bedroom. You were euphoric due to inebriation. I was worried for a second there. I didn't see that on your list of activities. You like to brawl, though you are disturbed by this, since you value quiet, at least in the abstract. You're very humble, and you tend to hang on to grievances. You are somewhat quarrelsome, and you're bothered by this. You value friendship, and you are somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. And he has a sense of duty, does not often feel lustful, and can handle stress. Well, that's weird. You can handle stress, but you're scared in the face of it. So I can't put you in the military, but you can handle stress, which is good, because we can make you clean up bodies. So you don't want to fight people, but you like to brawl. So you want to train, but you don't want to actively be in the military. So you don't want to fight with anything, but you want to train martial arts, basically. You're scared of danger, but you can handle stress. So what that means is, like, if you have to run at a wall of swords, you'll turn around and run away, but you're totally fine with cleaning up the bodies afterwards. That being said, you do want to practice fighting with people. You're a confusing dwarf. RSG. I have been doing a little bit of audio adjustments to make my audio better. I've had comments recently that I'm too quiet, and I've been getting more of those comments recently. So if it's loud, that's kind of the thing I've been trying to fix, you know? So if it's loud and clear, that's a good thing. Just turn me down. As long as it's not peaking. Like, loud is good, peaking bad. Loud good, peak bad. It was just loud and slightly over the top when you were loud. I did say earlier. I mean, as long as I'm not peaking. I don't have compression on. I've just adjusted my settings. Does it sound bad is the question. Like, I know it's louder than it was before, but that's because I worked on my settings a bit. I already have 27 questions submitted. Wow. But no, I don't use any compression. I like it raw, you know? If you build an underground channel to the edge of the map, will it flow off the map or will it build up? Yes, but you can't actually dig off the edge of the map, so you have to smooth it and fortify it. I can show you how to do that. Yeah, you can't actually mine off the map. A Bacchus fish. Thank you very much for the raid. For some reason, it didn't pop up in the chat. Hey, Bobbert. Hello. Thank you. What were you playing today? Welcome to the stream. Let me give you a shout out. Let me do the thing. There might be like minimums or something set on it. You're playing Odd Realm. Ah, okay. Fair enough. So what brings you here? Just coming to Dwarf Fortress from Odd Realm, or? Because Odd Realm's great. I love that game. Dev's cool too. Speaking of developers, we're actually gonna try, well, rather, I've just kind of thrown an open invitation at Epion, the developer of Jupiter Hell. Whenever I'm streaming that game during patch days, he's welcome to just pop on voice and yell at you guys. So, cheers. Hey, Rari. How you doing? Oh, you seen me on YouTube. Okay.
Oh.
Well, I try to be cool. Sometimes I'm hot. Sometimes I'm warm. Sometimes I'm just bloody cold. Depends on the temperature in the room, really. But, thank you for the raid. And for bringing some people over. Speaking of people, though, we need a big old round of beers in chat for Rari. Keeping that sub alive for 18 months. Congratulations, that sub can make adult film. 18 years, man! How does it feel to be almost an adult? Physically. It's good to see you, man, though. Cheers. You know what's weird is a year ago we were hanging out, right? Basically. A year ago, you and me were hanging out in a pub in San Diego. You wish you were back to 18? Yeah, me too, right? My knees didn't hurt when I was 18. My body worked properly. You've not messed with water constructions yet? Your dwarves are angry. They're drinking dirty water. You made booze and they're happy now? You just wanted to build an emergency well? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we could do some water pumping. We could totally do some water pumping in this fort. It's been a year already, yeah. It's been a year already. Whole goddamn year. Did I miss anybody on the names? As we dig out these bedrooms. Pilot has become a hammer dwarf. He's no longer a recruit. But yeah, no, it's I was talking with my friend of mine, Infrared Mike. And it was around the time when TwitchCon normally, or when PAX East, not PAX East, PAX West normally happens. And he literally was like, Blind, you know, we'd be hanging out right now. Because him and me hang out at every convention. We're like, we've joked that we're convention friends. We don't talk all year, and then conventions happen, and we just hang out the whole time. We get each other into parties, we abuse each other's industry contacts, and we hang out entire conventions, and it's a good time, and I'm sad that I'm not going to get to see Mike this year. But, you know, c'est la vie. Hope things are going well on your end, Rari. Thanks for the 18 months. Does anybody else want dwarves, or should I just start building stuff? Because I've been, like, forming up a plan in my head on how we're going to make a monstrous death machine that'll probably kill things with water pressure faster than it kills things with water. Because I like monstrous death machines that kill things quickly with water. You'll take a soldier dwarf Aegis? One that has working legs? Oh no, there's miasma up here. Well, it's all part of the training, right? You feel satisfied on learning about dodging. You're married to Monom and you don't seem to have any kids. But you have no family in the fortress. You worship the god of earth, the god of wealth, the god of mountains, the god of jewels, and of course the god of war and fortresses, Dur. You have a weed channel? I'm actually just surprised that you only just made a weed channel. Like Joe Rogan. I mean, good luck. It's a lot of work. It really is. Whole lot of work. I sort of know a person who does something like that when there was legality issues here. He just didn't point it at his face. And then he did a face reveal. He always jokes about how he grew a head in 2018 and how it's great and you should try it. It's a 1 day a week podcast. Like I said, as somebody who runs podcasts, it's a lot of work. A whole lot of work. Often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else and is bashful. She very rarely is moved by curiosity, and she is a friendly individual. She is burdened by this tendency because she dislikes the idea of friendship. She doesn't focus on material goods and is given to flights of fancy, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and does not go out of her way to help others. And she is troubled by this because she truly respects sacrifice. She tends to hang on to grievances and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. Her voice trails off when she is thinking about something, and she laughs very loudly whenever she's surprised. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. All right, who dropped something that's smelly? Because that's a lot of miasma. I think it's coming from the stairs, but I'm not entirely certain. It's probably something that needs to go into the refuse pile because the refuse pile's full. I also need a mechanic. So I'm going to take this person who has no job currently. Let you go be a mechanic while they haul things out. Yeah, okay. It was a dead bird corpse, I think. There's part of me that's really tempted to just kind of chuck bodies into the river. Always use it to find canyons in these. Harder than you might think. I just looked for somewhere that had a river, not a stream, that had a lot of elevation. Or a lot of steep elevation. Because you can look for, like, cliffs and steep cliffs. So that's what I did. And it worked. Got what I was looking for. Yeah, that's generally what I do. I just look for steep elevation. Did I do that manually? I just looked around and it looked cool, so I decided to settle. I don't use any search functions really. I just look around. Like you can actually like, if you go back to last week's VOD, which was put up this morning on YouTube, you can actually like watch me find this place. You messed up your whole dog process? Dig process. Oh. Yeah, that stuff's not so bad. So let's go down here. So you know how I was saying that we were going to work on some shenanigans? Well, let's work on some shenanigans, shall we? Dig dug? Yeah, I mean dig dug dog. That's how this works, right? But yeah, no, I don't really use any extra tools or any search functions or any of that stuff. I just kind of look around until I find something that looks cool. Okay, I'm not going to need to dig this far. So let's just stop digging there and dig up. Oh, that's not the right tool. I need up downstairs, not upstairs. There we go. Okay, not those kinds of tools. I mean, like, search tools. Let's dig it downstairs one level above. Because we're going to need to actually get into this place. And I guess we'll dig all the way across to here. So what I'm building is I'm building an infinite power generator. Well, the not cheesy way of building an infinite power generator. But I'm building an infinite power generator. There's a cheesy way to do it, but I'm not going to do it the cheesy way. Cheesy way is a little silly. And I'm not a huge fan of that. So I got military training, we got beds being smoothed, and I'm building power. And with that power, I'm going to build a pump. And with that pump, I'm going to build another pump. And then with that pump, we're going to build then another pump. I'm going to build a pump on a pump on a pump on a pump on a pump. And then we're going to pump up the volume and bring a lot of water in to those pumps. Blankets. You want to know the super high-tech method of soundproofing? RSG? Build a fucking pillow fort. It works. Yeah, no, this fort's going to have a lot of water wheels and a lot of pumps. We're going to pump things up real high. What do I have to trade? I have no freaking idea. Actually, how much alcohol do I have? Like none? Yeah, or use a broom closet. But no, he needs to soundproof a room, so build a pillow fort. I mean, I have foam on my walls. I have foam on that wall. I have foam on my ceiling because I don't want to live in a pillow fort. But if, like, you want a nicely soundproofed area, just build a pillow fort. Also, it's kind of fun to be a grown-up building a pillow fort. All right, well, you got a bunch of wine. Sell them all these crafts. Or use your closet. Yeah, I like my anthology of just my analogy of just build a pillow fort. It's fine. Pillow fort, good. Fortifications will let water through. Smooth stone. I mean, water doesn't break through. How long has this world been going? This is week 12. Yeah, this is. I play this fortress on Saturdays, or this world on Saturdays, or Sundays if I take the Saturday off. So quite a while. We're just gonna let these dwarves in. Although you need a job. So we're just gonna quickly skim them. and see if they'd be good for the military. If yes, then we'll chuck them in the military. If no, then we give them stone detailing, probably masonry. You crack easily. She's confident under pressure. Okay, okay. Do you handle stress? We're crafting a masterwork, though. That's it. Okay, so this says the site likes the site of bewilderment. I read that as the site of disembowelment. You worship the god of death. Totally normal to me. You can start your own military squad and join it. No family, worships the god of death, is very old, has a lot of intelligence, is a doctor. Nothing suspicious about that. Nothing suspicious. Friendly individual. Dreams of raising a family. Sad and dejected. That just came in, Sweet Sparkle Farts. I don't know if I'd necessarily say share, but like any favorites? Anything particularly tasty? What's my stream on weekdays? I stream 9 a.m. until I die. Every day of the week except for Fridays. So I start at 9 a.m. Pacific, and I just stream. All day. I start at 9 a.m. We listen to records for about an hour and a half. Then I play usually Dwarf Fortress, although sometimes I'll play other games. And then I'll stream Dwarf Fortress for about 4 to 6 hours. And then we'll play something else for another 3 or 4, usually. Although I try and keep the total hours of the stream down closer to 7 or 8 hours on the weekends, so I can actually have some time in the evenings, but usually we stream 7 to 12 hours a day. Yeah. That's me. And then I edit. I don't have a life. I don't leave the house. I just stream all day. And then when I'm not streaming, I'm editing something related to the stream, or working on something related to the stream. Never had these ones? Ooh. Just glad it isn't all candy. Is this like one of those subscription things where you subscribe and they send you a box a month for candy? I actually really like those. We send you a box of food once a month things, a lot more than the Loot Crate where it's like, here's a bunch of shitty plastic and a bad t-shirt you'll never wear. I use hard work and self-control, eh? Slow to anger, cheerful. Hopeful about the future? Oh, we'll change that real quick. There's a very short description on this peasant. You can also join the military. The Royal Quakes. That's a good name. I like it. You're a mason. You want to craft a masterwork. Like to brawl. Good. Put you in the military. What are you? You dream of mastering a skill. Perfect. Like high energy. Doesn't often feel envious of others. Values friendship. Dream of creating a great work of art. It's greedy. Strong emotional bonds with others. Narrow focus on the current activity. Choose your lips when you're nervous. Labor. Let's give you mining. Bone carving. What do you like? Zinc. Alexandrite. The color flax and pebbles and battle axes and barrels. Let's give you brewing. Cooking. And brewing, because you like barrels. Giant beetle? Large monster in the shape of a giant beetle, eh? I don't believe I've ever seen a giant beetle. Like ever. Interesting. Bunch of new arrivals. Bunch of pets. Bunch of animals that can be slaughtered. Oh, is an Amazon listing of snacks. Huh. That sounds like a fun way to spend or a fun way to get a bunch of snacks. Speaking of snacks, I'm actually kind of hungry. And I need to check my blood sugar anyway. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm going to go grab my lunch a little early today. All right? Be back in a sec. I return. Why do they need water? It's a good question. Here's the title of the listing. Japanese candy assortment 30 pieces. That sounds like a Japanese listing, yeah. I got me an apple today because I'm a little low. Man, there's a lot of dwarves eating around that table. I need to look at my food production. I got 2. We got 2 plant plots, 2 farm plots, and a buttload of chickens. So for food, we're actually doing all right. Yeah, because technically we're out of plants. So I'm actually going to jump up to the surface. And we're going to gather plants. Because there's plenty of gatherable plants out here. I just need them to actually go gather them. Backstabbing bananas? What's a backstabbing banana? Just marking down my blood sugar. I accidentally deleted what I was writing. God damn it. Just happy that I'm no longer high, frankly, because my blood sugar was high for like most of the day yesterday, and it was still high when I woke up today, which is bad, but we're back down now. So even though I'm a little on the low side, I'm happy. Write that down later. Do I have a number of chickens and hens I limit to a pen? Or I just start slaughtering, well... Right now I have 1 rooster and then a buttload of hens. In order for the rooster to actually be able to fertilize the eggs, my dwarfs need to not be gathering the eggs. And because the dwarves just automatically gather the eggs and put them in the food stockpile, the eggs will never get fertilized. I'll actually need to manually forbid them, so it's actually very easy to control the number of chickens you have. Oh, right, yeah, no, I understand. No, it wasn't one of those bananas. I actually don't know why my blood sugar was so high. Yeah, no, I just let them collect. And then every couple of years, I will forbid, I don't know, 5 or 6 eggs, and then I slaughter all the baby boys. So all the baby roosters, I slaughter, and I only keep 1 rooster around. Where do you need the help sent, Sinova? You didn't not start playing RuneScape Classic. I mean, be honest, chat room. How many people here are playing RuneScape right now? There's always a couple. RuneScape is is always and forever. Sinova is my real life friend. You may hear me mention my friend Kevin every now and again. That's Sinova. So, you play EverQuest? That's worse than RuneScape. I almost installed RuneScape Mobile. The fact that RuneScape works on phones is a problem. And frankly, should be illegal. Why is there a goat? Who has a pet goat? Someone has a pet goat. There's two pet dogs and a pet goat. Can I... Those boys are girl pet dogs. Oh, 2 females. Okay. Well, so, War Merchant, you have a pet dog. Just thought I'd let you know. If you're here, you do not have a dwarf in this world, Ara. Or not in this fortress anyway. You can have a dwarf if you'd like. Because we got plenty of open dwarves. Because I know you had one in this world. I don't know if you had one in this fort. Yeah, I saw you. Pop in the refollow list, LaFonda. Yeah, I have new microphone. This is the old camera. Well, actually, the old camera is this one. But the actual old camera is currently on my floor because I use it for the record player now. But hey, LaFonda, what's up? Okay, so I'm just going to dump all the boulders out of here. Because I don't want any boulders in here. I'm also going to get rid of almost all of these ramps. Except for the 2 at the end. We're going to dig out this side over here. You're driving right now? Okay, don't crash into things. Drive safe. Don't watch streams and drive. Or rather, don't read chat and drive. Yes. Yeah, no, that's fair. Sorry, I'm currently halfway through a sandwich. So we're building machines. Which means I need to build a lot of gear assemblies. And I don't have a lot of gear assemblies. Which means mechanisms, rock. Let's just say 200, because I need a lot of them. Get to it, dwarves. If you got an alert for it, it's probably a fortress that's either economically linked to you or a fortress that is in your faction. There's a brain-eating virus. So, this probably isn't what you're trying to explain, but I'm imagining, like, brain-eating virus, as in, like, something out of VeggieTales. Like, just a virus that jumps out of your computer and then, like, latches onto your face and sucks your brain out of your eyes. Is it actually just, like, a water contaminant problem? Okay, so that's a baby turkey. I guess you can live with the chickens. Also, rock pots are a thing that need to happen. And wood barrel. So we need both of those things. We also have a bunch of beds that need to be placed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, Pi, how's things? Thanks for the Discord posts. Unfortunately, you guys are very bad at counting, but the Discord activity has gone up dramatically, so hopefully we can keep it up high enough. But I won't know until Monday if we've actually made it. Do you actually play with the minimap up, Stone? I don't think I know anybody who actually uses the minimap in Dwarf Fortress. Or is that a new Twitch function? That's a extension that I installed, so that's something I'm doing. But I'm not, like, actively typing it or anything. And no, I don't have a little gremlin in my computer who's typing it for me. It's an OBS plugin. You can turn it off if you want, very easily. Blame Kibbs? Oh, I'm blaming Kibbs. It's gonna take us a while to count to 1,000,000 at this rate. Yeah, only Cobalt's in my computer making things work, you know? Although, I don't think they'd ever figured out how to say flubberdubberdabagagus or whatnot. Well, that's lovely. Congratulations on successfully arriving in your destination. Hey, Spy Boot. If that's what your name actually is, I can't read it because it's in characters that I can't understand or comprehend with my small brain. But yeah, at the bottom of the screen, there is a CC button. You can just click it and it'll turn off. This. The best thing to come out of the last interview I did with Tarn. The Were-Camel Namar Casual Jia has come. A very large camel.
Cheese for everyone!
Twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow lime. Its dark brown hair is unkempt. You will know why you fear the night. Eek indeed. Welp. I'm going to lock this door. That's the first thing we're going to do. And who is that? That's Axon. I am very, very sorry, Axon. Axon is in combat with the were-camel. The were-camel misses Axon. The were-camel then collides with Axon and instantly kills Axon. And then I lock 2 more doors. The were-camel then begins killing the 2 livestock. And I go a layer below and pull this lever. The were-camel then runs around inside of our little indoor area. The door closes, and he is now trapped. 1 layer below, I then unseal these 2 doors. Of course, the trap door in the courtyard is still locked while we wait for the full moon to end. The human, Nomar Kajulja, Isman. If anybody happens to have the world history open and wants to look up this person, feel free. A medium-sized creature, prone to great ambition. You killed 2 of our dwarves, so unfortunately we must remove you. From existence. As we move 1 turn at a time, I think the dwarves will just automatically kill this person. I think. And we'll tell them to kill it. It's fine. Well, this is a fair fight, I think. Also, apologies to Axon. The Hammer Dwarf attacks the human, but he jumps away, and the Hammer Dwarf looks surprised by the ferocity of the militia captain's onslaught. They crashed into each other. Boom! The Hammer Dwarf bashes the human in the right lower arm with his silver warhammer. The force bends the elbow, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. Fracturing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. Ligament has been torn and Arch screams death. This is truly horrifying. The dwarves go back to training. That worked out well. Glad that I was able to trap him in there. Yeah, R.I.P. Axon. Can we get a round of, I don't know, sadness in chat for Axon? Axon was a good dwarf. We need to figure out where we're putting coffins, I think. This poor Axon. Poor Axon. I think we just start putting them down here. Because it just kind of fits, you know? We'll use you for burial. And I'm sure that they're already placing an item in the tomb. We got to get our last squad training. Now you need to be hooked up to this bridge down here. I haven't done that yet. I didn't just smash somebody, did I? Dr. Phineas is unable to do anything for being too depressed. Your loaded up Legends viewer can look up Human. I'd be curious. If you need a name, I can always go poke their body again with a steak. Just let me know. All right, so I do need a garbage dump, which is just going to be for boulders pretty much. Need another one to actually dispose of bodies, but for right now, we're just going to be getting rid of this crap. Oh, are you? Yep, this one is drizzling. Whoops. Which means there's a little mud down here. Do I just ignore it? I might just ignore it. Let's just smooth this area. That'll be enough. You missed it the first time? There it is. There isn't that many in the dead listings right now, so it's still pretty easy to just pull up a name, right? But yeah, I'm just going to assume here that you've got it. So it's going to kind of take us a little while to get all the mechanisms done. Like, we've done 2 of a lot. So let's just make 2 mechanics workshops here. And assign 2 dwarves as mechanics. Because I need them to be kept busy. I have those 2 peasants down at the bottom who need few peasants actually. But I'll need work. So Einod, welcome to your new gig. As well as you. You can also have mechanics. These dwarves who are too much of a bunch of scaredy pantses to really, you know, do anything of use. And Matob, the Gelder, has been taken by a possession. And autumn has come. Looks like it's almost time to trade with the dwarves. Things just kind of popping off here. We kind of skipped trading with the humans because, well, they're just humans and, you know, we don't really have much of a reason to trade with them now, do we? You thought I was coding? This is the weirdest looking code ever. Clearly you've never seen what programming looks like, because this looks nothing like it. I'm always perplexed by that comment in Dwarf Fortress, and I see it every so often, people saying, oh, I thought you were programming, or it looks like you're programming. It's like, well, have you ever actually looked at programming? So you've cleaned the leatherworks. Like, maybe this is like how programming could look in movies, but grab some of our own homemade leather. Makes sense if you didn't pass, if you think that this is what programming looks like. Eurist has begun a mysterious construction. 2 nice blocks, trillion cut citrines, and guinea fowl leather. Hi, New. I'm streamer. Okay, then why the heck do you think that this looks like programming? How many seasons in? I don't know. I started this for it last week, so I play this world weekly. I don't know number of seasons. I think we're like a year or two, like maybe 2 years at most, maybe 3. Because mobile, small screen, still. Still. But seasons is weird because I've done several fortresses in this world. This is my 3rd fortress in this world. Text. So I've had several forts in this world. I had Crypt Abbey, Trifle Killers, and now this one, Trifle Fortress. This fortress is designed to be a military outpost, and we want to take out a specific fortress, which is the home of a giant skunk demon. And wall sprites and weird flashing down arrows and seas moving independently around the screen. That's like telling somebody who's on Google Gravity that they look like they're actively searching for something. It's like, well, Google Gravity looks nothing like normal ass Google. So, I don't know. I'm legally blind and Dwarf Fortress never looks like coding to me. Even the people who use tile sets that are designed to look like Matrix code, it still just looks like Dwarf Fortress to me. So do you, Cold Fire. Believe it or not. We all just need to wake up. So when man offers you pill, you say yes. Metob, the Gelder, has created a Metolis. Ashtot Stakareth, a Ginnafowl leather shield, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Moses Glaze Organs. I feel like I've heard of Moses Glaze Organs before. It's worth 9,240. This is a Guineafowl leather shield. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with radiant cut citrines and round nice cabochons, and decorated with Guineafowl leather and encircled with bands of cushioned nice cabochons. We all know where you live, animal. You remind us every day. I feel like Pizza Planet would be sticky. I don't think I'd want to live there. Moses Surfer, that was our first king? Okay, I thought that they were royalty, but I couldn't remember. Just trying to get all of these boulders out of here. We got a lot of them. We've got our mechanics now, working on mechanisms for the machines. What's the passage on the left? That's where we're going to be building a water system. I'm going to be redirecting the big old river that you see in the middle of the screen, the big blue, through that, and I'm setting up water wheels all the way along that. Cursed by the human god. You can't find the guy on it, really. So an evil human god grew up in some hostile environment from age 6 to 10. Was escaping werebeasts until he got bitten. Poor bastard. Poor guy. At least we were able to put him out of his misery. You know, like, no one wants to live like that. The liaison from the mountain homes has arrived. And they're here to discuss and trade with us. Hopefully they don't mind the pile of corpses. Need to start working on clothing soon. I'm going to be selling them artifacts because We're a military outpost, not a symbol of wealth. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Hello, Zulban, Doran Fiend. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Some of your weird leather, some cloth, which I can make myself pretty easily. Anvils, iron, bronze and steel. So I haven't found any steel yet. Oh, they don't have steel, right? Just iron then. Oh, no, they do have steel. There it is. The curse lineage tree was so huge that he can't find the guy on it. Grew up in some... So Text, you said that you're new, yeah? How'd you find the channel, if I can ask? Always curious about how people end up here. It's often like a... It's often... These days, it's usually, I saw a YouTube video and here I am. But it's always curious. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. They want musical instruments, blocks, fish, toys, sheet, powder, cloth, seeds, and ammunition and tools. Look forward to our meeting next year, dwarves. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. I'm going to need to put a roof on this. I'm always curious about how people get here. You're just checking who's streaming Dwarf Fortress? Well, I'm here like 4 to 5 days a week streaming Dwarf Fortress. Hearing about random sheriffs. There must have been like a really big breakdown at that fortress if you're getting lots of notifications about people dying. That's a lot of hammer dwarves that we got. Whole lot of hammer dwarfs. I like it. Hammer dwarves are fun because they make heads explode. You can actually see like just teeth going everywhere. Whenever the Steam version of this comes out, that's going to be the first military I use because I want to see teeth flying. It produces thread, yes. Not from seeds, from plants. Oh, does it produce seeds? Yes, it does. Sorry, I misread the question. I don't need to. It's all about roleplay. Whatever you like the most is the one that you use, and it's the best. So you are correct. It's by boot. Maces also make your dwarves red, and red is a cool color. But purple is also cool. So in this case, I'm going with purple. And Dr. Phineas is the only depressed dwarf in the fortress. It's kind of sad, really. All right, what news did they give us? Man, tons happening in this world. Look at all of these invasions and wars. Control Bell was conquered by the immortality of gloom. Dwarven Fortress was conquered. Many Dwarven fortresses were conquered. Dorkal was conquered by the seduction of confederations. An army of Bosa. Fondle seduce. The diamond blizzard of counselors marched on Pack Attic. God, there's so much. In the early summer, Neglusu Yelter became the scorched cut of the cult of violence, replacing Asob iron scrapes. Oh, would you look at this? In the early summer of 268, Squug drab-hated, the exalted filler of the cult of violence, became the exalted flyer became the exalted flyer of the cult of violence, replacing Kogan Glaze glaciers. So Squug, our goblin baron, has traveled over here to become a religious leader. Our goblin! From a previous fort. How wonderful. Good to know. Glad he's still out and about. You are the Frenchiest fry squug, and you are the exalted flyer of the cult of violence. I will never have dwarves that are just inept because that's a waste of a good dwarf, and they will get sad because they're not doing anything. Every dwarf has a purpose and will get a job. I don't leave dwarves to just be completely inept. The only dwarves that are completely inept are about to die, and we only have one of those right now, and he's already called. Unless you want a child. Children are completely inept, but will become useful eventually. So, I don't really have any dwarves that are just idiots. Also, I need to add the fact that Jess is in there now. We need to update. I need to update that command twice. It says 6 full-time Twitch streamers because it's like, actually, it's 8. Not evil. Someone I don't know. Uh-oh, something's happening over here. Would you look at that? Edom Tattooed Dwarf became the mayor of the Coastal Guild, replacing Squug, Drab-hated. Everything is like real life, man. If you think about it enough. There's refugees. Camera's probably... Oh, the camera's off. Group calling themselves the Creative Society fled from the area just before the army of the Naughty Thief, led by the Goblin Astruck, Werescrape, the Scorching Comet, descended upon Spirit Belts. Lots of news and happenings in the world. All right, well. The Shades of Roughness run by Quatch. How good is Quatch? I think it might be time. For a professional hammer dwarf, a legendary observer, and a skilled dodger and a grandmaster miner. All right, it's time to do the thing. We're going to begin. This is our first target. Well, maybe not that. I was about to say, this is our first target. Nice little fortress over here. No, that's 6,000 fucking goblins. It's our first target. Shoot high. We're going to try and avoid detection. You know what? I should demand ongoing tribute. It's actually not that big. It's a medium world. Or yeah, it's a medium world. It's not that big. Like, it seems enormous, but we're mostly just spending our time down in the bottom area. Like, the far northern regions are, like, completely controlled by elves. And then we have, like, this region, which is, like, completely separate from us. And then, like, top right, which is, like, Elf Australia. And there's a few evil glaciers up in the north. It's not that big. Could be, like, 2 times the size. But yeah, Worlds and Dwarf Fortress are quite big. This one's just busy, which is why I like it. A lot of stuff actively going on, and it's fun. It's fun. So we're going to go demand ongoing tribute from the goblins. They'll probably tell us to fuck off. But it'll be fun. So let's see what happens. Yeah, Australian elves. This will be fun. Because we need a tunnel. Above the tunnel, we're going to need other things, but we need a tunnel. So let's dig a tunnel. Let's also start building out to where the tunnel is. because this is going to be our defensive area. So I'm going to build a bridge across this. And I'm sure it'll be a safe, fun working experience for everybody involved, and nobody's going to fall into the river, right, dwarves? Yeah, you better not fall in the river. Although Elfstralia is something that I could totally make into my own personal headcanon. So the best part about this trap once I'm actually done building it is if I do it wrong, it's just going to flood my whole fort. Which is hilarious. So we'll see how this goes, right? So do you think that they're going to give us ongoing tribute? Or do you think we're going to go to war with this, not elfin, but goblin fortress with 6,000 goblins in it? Some migrants have arrived. More meat for the grinder. Excellent. Mafal. He would never under any circumstances speak up or otherwise put forth his point of view. In a discussion, he is grounded in reality and brave in the face of imminent danger. Can you handle stress? Looks like it. Welcome to the Royal Quakes, my dwarf. Nil, the Butcher. I mean, all of these dwarves who are migrating here are willingly migrating here knowing that it's a military fortress, so... Obviously, they would be ready to join the military and do whatever it takes to survive out here. You're a butcher and you don't handle stress, so... How about you? Dreams of mastering a skill, right? You like a little excitement? Pleased by your own appearance? Ambitious? Good memory. You can join the military, Domas. So how long until we get a Vile Force of Darkness? Because I'm saying soon. Oh, you like a good fist fight. Well, you can definitely join the military. Who knows why a good dwarf like you was not in the military previously. If you're in demanding tribute? Probably. But I'm doing it more for RP reasons. We're always going to demand tribute before we attack. Just because I think that's kind of fun, right? Oh, we have a mayor. Doesn't want us exporting crowns. Good to know. But yeah, they'll probably just ignore us and probably tell us to sod off, and then we will respond accordingly. This is going to be stuff for my mayor. Making my mayor an office, a dining room, and a bedroom. I wish the game would work that way, but I don't think that's how it works. I mean, it would be cool if it did. We can imagine it does. We set out in autumn. We returned pretty quickly. And it was rejected by the devious vice at Grizzle Hatred. Also, a child cat is sparring? What was a kitten sparring with? I wonder if, like, a kitten sparring pops up as, like, you know, a cat playing with something. You've been using MEFs? I find MEFs to be too detailed. All right, let's go. Let's get to it. Wonder, is this reachable? It is. Never looked up that far. Goblin Fort. Human Fort where ally. Holy crap. There's a lot of artifacts there. What's up with Waxy Butter and why is there so many artifacts there? It's like a fucking fortress just filled with them. You know what? Let's go after some smaller prey first. The Dark Goblin Pits of Blister Terrors. Of the terror of scribes, of the immortality of doom. We're gonna raid them. The shades of roughness. While we wait for the rest of our first squad to get back and send out the second squad. You okay down there, Dwarf? Dr. Phineas. Satisfied while crying on someone in charge. So they probably have our address now. Yep. Interesting. We're at peace with the Goblin Civ. The Union of Heat? But we're at peace with the Goblin Civ. It's interesting. The Naughty Thief. I mean, you're already doing things you like. I mean, you wanted that dwarf. So, Coldfire, you said you wanted somebody useless. Well, I don't have any babies, unfortunately. And all of my peasants that have grown up are all already working to, you know, get an actual job and be useful. Like, this one is about to get a job. But I could give you a peasant if you really want. Let's see how many of these beds are actually claimed. You're not. Bastet, you can have that bedroom. Also, Bastet and Itz Maximus seem to have become a couple. Blister Terrors. All right, we're going to go after these guys. We're going to send the other two squads, the Moist Rocks and the Inky Wheels. Just normal raids. More interesting than a blissfully happy dwarf. Dr. Phineas cancels Pen Pasture Stray Hen and because he went insane. And now he's stricken by melancholy. So you're going to wander around and take your pants off until you die. So honestly, that's how I hope to go too. Let's request a trader appear and do some trading. More like that would be cool. You can just have a peasant then. You're 40 years old. Born on the 24th of Hematite, on the year 228. You were disgusted when retching in miasma, satisfied at work, and blissful, remembering sleeping in a great bedroom. Bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long, and interested after watching a performance. She personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, values tradition, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Hey, Psychon. How's things? All right. Sorry, I got distracted by Discord for a second there. Somewhat scatterbrained, just like the streamer, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She is easily moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. She has little interest in joking around, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Don't we all have an iffy sense of music, though? Jinx? Or something? Ah, well. It's time to go explore the caverns, I think. Mission report. Raid Blister Terrors. Set out in Autumn, the year 268. We slipped in undetected by the terror of scribes, of the immortality of doom. In the mid-autumn of 268, the dunes of charcoal stole treasure and livestock from blister terrors. One mica cabinet and a bunch of beak dogs. You know, this is lovely. Beak dogs are delicious. They make leather. We get bones from them. It's wonderful. Also, this isn't immediately obvious, but all of this light white stuff is Galena, which is the ore of lead and silver. A little bit of silver, a lot of lead. But this means that we can very easily get a lot of silver and a lot of lead. That's awful, Psychon. I hope that that's not the case forever. Let's hope that the other raid that we sent out goes just as well. But we're going to send our dwarves downstairs right now to just quickly run inside and explore the caverns. We haven't seen any forgotten beasts or anything, but an exploration mission is mandatory. I can't even watch Among Us. That game just gives me anxiety. Like, it's excellent at what it does, and what it does is it stresses me the fuck out. Virtual convention? I mean, that's the only way conventions can be held right now, right? Just gonna send the dwarves over to the right. Is that all Galena? Nope, that's schist. All the green has been marked to be mined, so we're going to be doing a bunch of mining over the next little bit. And let's check the spoils and mission report for the second squads that went out. Why would that stress you out? God, I don't know. The vessel of artifice slipped into Malgin pulled, undetected by the sunken midnight of the immortality of gloom. The dunes of charcoal stole the treasure and livestock from the goblins. Bunch of bags, some loincloths, some trousers, some gloves, some more bags, a tin cage, a glove, a low boot, and 10 beak dogs. Excellent. Is what Goblin's Fortress? $190. Wow. Dwarf Fortress, you say? Here's the thing, right? It's really funny when, like, that'll happen. And I've seen that happen many times. All right, let's find one that's small. The Dark Goblin Pits of Rise poisons. I'm going to send 3 squads. And instead of raid them, instead of pillage them, we're going to raise them. I'm not going to loot any, I'm not going to really, or rather, I'm not going to free captives, not going to do anything. I'm not going to take important, well, actually, you know what? If there's any important treasures there, we'll take important treasures. Not going to loot items or livestock. We're just going to go destroy it, and if there happens to be artifacts, we'll take them. I mean, I know exactly how it rapidly got big, but what's your theory? It's a very easy to figure out fact. A bunch of popular streamers started playing it. It's easy, cheap, and free on mobile. It's easy to understand, very well designed. It's excellent at what it does. And I totally forgot to trade with the dwarves. Oh well. Senseless killing, that's the point of this fortress. Considering my other fortress is all about longevity and keeping the dwarves alive, this one is all about military. Although it's not senseless killing. We're avenging a demonic faction, or our dwarves of a demonic faction that killed thousands in a matter of days. So we do have relatively reasonable reasoning behind the senseless amounts of violence. But I'm not going to say it's like well thought out, intelligent killing either. It's just killing. But killing with relatively decent reasoning behind it instead of no reasoning. You have struck Glenna. What was your first clue, game? Like, look at all of this, Glenna. Like, yeah, there's also a lot of schist in there, but still. I'm not entirely comfortable with that analogy, Psychon. All right, so I gotta put my military down here because there is troglodytes everywhere. So here come the trainees and recruits to go fight with the troglodytes. Seem to have done pretty well. Zan, the recruit, says, I've been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken. We should check our chief medical dwarf position because I don't have any chief medical dwarves. Methob, the Gelder, you've cut things off of things before. How about cut flesh off a dwarf? Because our chief medical dwarf unfortunately died. Oh god, that's a lot of beak dogs. We shall feast on beak. Like I said, I'm not entirely comfortable with that analogy. Psychon. My statement still stands. Y'all fucking bug me when I play forts that are peaceful and then shame me when I play forts that are violent. Can I win? Like, what do I have to do to come out on top here? Vessel of Artifice of the the Vessel of Artifice attacked the absolute jackal of the Immortality of Gloom. At Rise Poisons, the Dwarf Quatch led the attack. The defenders were led by the Goblin Quaisip, System Whispered. The Dwarf Quatch's tactical planning was superior to the Goblins, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. A lot of fights with the latter escaping. Tough fight, but we got a lot of dwarves. Nobody's dead yet. Balinor seems to have been struck down. Although I've had a bug where dwarves say that they've been struck down but still make it home. So we'll see. We had some losses and some dents, but we won the fight. Rest in peace, Balinor. You were a good dwarf. What are we uh-ohing about, Ryan? Not Balinor? Well, he knew it was coming. Coldfire has become a mechanic. Fortunately for us, we have many military dwarves. You're pretty much correct, yeah, Stone. Although it was more so streamers than YouTubers specifically. But yes, you're not far off. Did I catch the qualifying? No, I didn't. Oh, a recruit was found dead. Trial by fire for those poor recruits. I think it was the fighting of the cave crocodile that was a bit much for them. Yeah, no, I haven't been able to get up early because my blood sugar has been so far out of whack that I haven't been functional last 2 days. I'm amazed I was able to get anything done yesterday. Hillox has been found in nearly a day's travel and looks to our thriving economy for its future prosperity. Hope they plan to send us soldiers because we're going to need them. But yeah, no, Psychon, you're allowed to make whatever references you want, really. But if something makes me uncomfortable, I just prefer you wouldn't do it in the future, that's all. That's all. I don't even know who they are. Bembul has been appointed to the position of Sheriff of the Blockade of Evisceration. Fantastic name. No idea who you are, though. But somebody died. That is a lot of silver ore. What item are you placing in a tomb? His fourth toe on his right foot. Can't you carry more of him than just his toe? So anyway, what's the starting order? I'm not gonna watch it. So you can just tell me if you want. I have to, I will be hanging out with my little sister tonight, so hopefully I'll be able to, I was gonna say, no, it's not in the game. I guess where you're at, it's raining? It's been raining a lot here recently. It's been nice, honestly. I've been missing the rain very dearly. So, normal order for the first 3. Russell made it to Q2 again. Good on Russell. I need, like, some sort of justification to buy a Williams duck, so I need Russell to do well. So I have my whole military back now. We took out 1. We've also taken out all of these goblin pits down here. This one actually has a book. So we're going to go raid them with all 3 squads. Except we're going to go raise and pillage. I'm not going to loot other items. We can steal livestock. I don't need to release prisoners, though. Good luck, dwarves. They're going to go raise Mangled Howl. Yeah, I hope you guys like these military forts, because that's what this one's going to be. If I could ended a mandate. I still haven't finished your bedroom, you poor mayor. So that can be your bedroom. You can have a cabinet. It's actually kind of fitting, because the cabinet we're giving him is a mica cabinet, which was stolen from the goblins. I need doors. Rock door. 4? Sure, that works. I'm gonna say 5, but 4 works. That would have been fun if Hamilton started in 15th. I mean, you wouldn't steal one, but you definitely wouldn't download a cabinet. What's that bee? Oh, it's a beak dog. Guess we haven't slaughtered them all yet. I mean, someone could make one. I'm still amused by the person who threatened to pirate Dwarf Fortress because they were ruining the ASCII game. The shades of roughness have returned. The Vessel of Artifice attacked the problematic nightmares at the Immortality of Gloom. That's a good name. The dwarf Quatch led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human not his siege skins. Not his siege skins. Okay. Of the laborious bone. Oh, well, they outmatched us. Shit. And it went bad. Tapioca was struck down. Domas was struck down. Ara was struck down. Well, crap. I think we need to train a little longer. I mean, hopefully Sergio can do something before he, you know, gets booted out of the sport until someone swipes him up due to sponsor money. Should have stuck to the spear. I only have silver. Literally, that's the only weapon material I have. We have no armor or shields, though. Like, I literally just have lead and silver. That's it. They did indeed give me grief. Okay, if I caught the mayor, you can have that table. You can have that, and that. You need a weapon rack and an armor stand. A piece of lead in a sock. Yeah! Yeah, it real could. Make slingshots. There's a giant cave toad down here. Let's go kill that giant cave toad. They're still mining silver. Still. Shoutouts to the one dwarf who's carrying baby. Which is Lytok, who's carrying Eusteth. Alright, well, we need to refill the military a little bit, so. Liemaker. Should be any good in the military. Deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. He's utterly fearless when confronted by danger to the point of lacking common sense, and is quick to anger and has strong emotional opinions. And it's quick to form strong emotional bonds with others. I think we need to put this dwarf in the military. What do you think? Welcome to the military, dwarf. Hunter. Wants peace at all costs. Was mastered a skill. Nervous wreck. Cleaves to a gesture of lifestyle. Disdaining even minor immodesties. You're an awful dwarf. I hate you. You found some elf art on a bucket? It's always neat when you see art on things that were made by other people. As long as one other person has put a number since the last number you put in, no. Not really. There is no limit to how often you can count. Such a weird, out of context question. All right, since right. Yeah. We're at war with these dwarves. That was my fault. Interesting. The goblins have taken that Hillix. But this one is economically linked to me. You're enjoying the counting? It's kind of a fun mini game, isn't it? And hopefully, potentially keeping my Discord partnered. Hopefully. Helping keep my Discord partnered. Speaking of, I almost killed it. Had that typed in and then Stone typed that in. Let's make 2 clothers shops. Needs empty bucket. Not sure why they're trying to give water. I doubt we'll ever actually get to 1 million, but if we do, that would be pretty cool. Jack Nurick stole the 67. So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, on the Discord, we have a room where we're trying to count to 1 million. We got up to into the 150s, and then we lost it, I think, at like 150 something. And then somebody ruined it. Game's just saving. It's fine. It does this. I mean, there's always 167. $155 is the number to beat. Hope so. So, fun fact. So it's just posted in my team's Discord. There's a German anime convention going on right now. Also, that's a problem that we get to deal with in a second. There's a German anime convention going on right now, right? Can do better than Discord? Oh, good luck. And apparently, their Twitch account got banned for streaming pornographic anime or manga in an ad. And they didn't know that it was against the rules, so they just went and streamed on a different channel, which is now ban evasion. That's beautiful. That's a problem we have to deal with. Yes. Speaking of problems we have to deal with, a vile force of darkness has arrived. Let's figure out who they are, because it's a mix of goblins and dwarves. Luckily, and this is something that I'm actually kind of happy about, look at all of that sweet, sweet goblinite, my friends. That sweet, sweet goblinite. Delicious. Well, in this case, there's also a lot of dwarfenite, but, you know, I'm just looking for a breastplate. But they brought us plenty of iron, which is nice of them. Very nice of them. Copper spears. I'm mostly just excited for the iron stuff that we can melt down. But, Let's forbid that. And pull that lever. I need to make a I keep thinking that sponge right there is a dwarf. It keeps scaring me. I'm gonna add a burrow right now, which is just going to be all of this and 2 layers. Turn off job announcements. Also, give them access to up here for farming purposes. And let's deal with this problem. How big is this invasion? Rather large. Rather large indeed. Meanwhile, a dwarf has claimed a crafts dwarf shop. Why do they always pick the best times on Earth? And it's one of my military dwarves too, which is even better. You know what? You can go on and do that all you want, but we're going to follow our invading force here as they come running in. While our dwarves get some last-minute training time in. Well. Oh, shit. Well, rip Bambool the Butcher. I don't know what you're doing outside. Oh, huh. They don't have the ability to pull that lever. Somebody want to run up here and pull the lever? That'd be real cool if they could do that. Bambool the Butcher has been found dead. R.I.P. Bambool the Butcher. There they go. Well, a rabbit's dead. First named dwarf, Arch. We shall follow. The Hillocks of Ringborn. It's been founded nearly a day's travel to the southeast and looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. Thriving economy, you say? Yeah, I too. A buck rabbit was found dead, but aside from that, we seem to be doing quite well. It's really hard to tell who's dead because, well, Led the Hammer Dwarf has been found dead because our dwarves look like their dwarves. Lycaboo's been found dead. Ooh. Ooh. Many, 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 many injured. Many dead. I'm going to quickly make this into a hospital because I don't actually think I have a hospital. Go up there and rescue dwarves. Come on, dwarves. Yeah, it's gory. It really is. There's going to be more of that. But you guys want violence, so I'm bringing you violence. Pretty much quick set up a triage. But we're getting a lot of important materials out of this shit. X25? Not quite, no. About 10. We lost. Most of those are evil dwarves. Not our dwarves. Oh, Dr. Phineas died. Well, called that one. Knew that was coming. You know, this is very dark, but should I just chuck the dead into the river? Kind of thinking about it, I'm not gonna lie. Rhinestone doesn't seem to care. If you don't drink from it? Okay, dwarves don't drink from rivers. Ever. Why? So why would I do that? Dwarves drink from the river. That's silly. Please. Have a little bit of self-respect. Yeah, but we have plenty of alcohol. If you're drinking from the river, you haven't made alcohol. Which means you need to stop what you're doing and fix it. Because that is a very big problem. Actually, you know what? I'm going to be super cheesy. Garbage dump. Okay. Go down to this garbage dump, turn that off. Go to the stocks. Go to body parts, dump. Go to corpses, dump. Cool. So my doctor is doing doctor things. I'm going to turn on job cancellations requests. Can I make lead buckets? Yeah, I can. Let's make some fucking heavy-ass buckets to clean the dwarves' injuries. Slab. 10. Around what he's doing with the water? I haven't even started accessing the river, so don't try to wrap your head around things that I'm not doing currently. Zan has begun a mysterious construction. I think he just went into a mood to avoid having to fight in the military. Need to make buckets for our poor injured dwarves so they can clean their wounds. So I'm just going to manually do this. Not that one. That's not what I need. But yeah, no, there's also no reason for you to try to wrap your head around something. If you're confused by something, just ask, right? Right now, what we're mostly doing is damage control and corpse disposal. And I'm trying to trick the dwarves into making me a bunch of buckets real quick because I really, really need them. Dwarves are panicking a little bit, but that's okay. I would too if I saw that many corpses. Ah. There we go. Now they'll do it. Now they'll do what I need them to do because it's all technically outside. I haven't done any of that yet. Just I'll show once the system's built, it'll make sense, right? And I'll explain it once I'm building it. I haven't started building it yet. I've dug a passage and another passage, right? What's the death count? No idea. I'll be completely honest with you. No idea. I'll tell you once it's done. Zan has created Istandustaved, a Highwood mini forge, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Onal Sculptropes. It's worth 24,000. This is a Highwood mini forge. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with high wood and encircled with bands of silver and lead. This object is adorned with hanging rings of highwood and menaces with spikes of highwood. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in hornblade. On the item is an image of 2 round lime trees in marble. On the item is an image of the quintessent amazement, the beak dog bone animal trap in granite. As far as like actual body count, 12 currently. Was how many we lost in that fight, which was to be expected. And here comes the miasma. That's what I was worried about. Did I deactivate that? Put a corpse pile up there and see if that deals with it a little bit more. We just get these corpses out of here, please. No? Cool. None of the dwarves I have assigned... Am I out of wood? Is that the problem? Possible. Nope, we're definitely not out of wood. There's wood. Why the fuck are you not making wood? Buckets. Okay, fine. I'll assign somebody else to do it. Take you off all of these. Give you carpentry. No, it's not. No one's war cry. It's literally just somebody training here. You shouldn't be training. Why are you training? I'm very confused right now, be honest. Very confused right now. As to why they are not making these fucking buckets. Let's make a wood stockpile right here then. I know there's wood in this fortress. You just need to go fucking get it. Like, it looks like they're not in a burrow. If they were in a frickin' burrow, they wouldn't have gone upstairs to the top floor in the first place. They're not in a burrow. Trust me, they're not in a burrow. I've checked that like a dozen times. It's not that. Look. M-A, no burrow. Now the burrow's active, now the burrow's off. Okay. I could put the military on training, but they're not in a borough and nothing is active. So who fucking knows? They can complicate things. You know, fucking, I'm just gonna delete the goddamn borough. D. Yeah, delete it. That fix it. You guys want to go do your actual jobs now? Never mind. Never mind. I regret deleting this borough. Why the fuck did I delete this borough? Nope, not battle necessarily. Nope, to hide inside. No, not that one. That one. In before they don't pull the lever. Here it comes, or it tries to come. Oh, nope, it just leaves. All right. Oh, yeah, way more concerning than the raid. Well, right now, the concerning thing is the fact that I can't figure out why they're not hauling corpses. Although, this is the exact same problem we... Okay, so the reason I retired Crypt Abbey... The reason I retired Crypt Abbey is because they refused to haul corpses. They are once again refusing to haul corpses. An issue that we had no issue with in a previous fortress. But the second we had Dwarven and Goblin corpses together, they just started refusing to haul them. Granted, I'm seeing tasks popping up now, so they are hauling them. It's just concerning. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to forbid all of this. Okay. Then I'm just going to go into the stock screen and unforbid all corpses and set corpses to be mass dumped. And then make sure that that lever is not set to be pulled. And then a Helix has been found at nearly a day's travel to the southeast. Fantastic. Now, can we work on these corpses, please, dwarves? No? Or, you know, do literally any of the jobs that I have assigned to you? Literally any of them. Do you think I have our outside garbage collection turned off? Do you really think I do? Sorry, but like, I've literally checked everything already. Like, if you can suggest something that I haven't checked, I will be surprised. But this is why I abandoned Crypt Abbey. Was because once I had two different types of bodies, they just stopped. I'm convinced it's a bug. And I don't want to abandon this world, but I think it's a bug. Because we went through this exact same thing once before. 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? Job priority issue? Well, the job's listed. It's just inactive. I have no fucking clue what issue it is. But if they're not doing it, they're not doing it. And I have no way of fixing it. Nothing's canceling. They're just not doing it. They're just choosing not to. Can I use water wheels to flood that area? How in the fuck am I going to get all of that done with that many corpses there? Also, at the rate I'm going to get invaded because of how many factions this faction is at war with, we'll be dead before I even get water up there. Which is incredibly upsetting. Oh no, it's a conundrum that I had 2 weeks ago. I'm just frustrated I'm getting the conundrum again. Like, this job has no job, right? Nothing to do. There is wood on the map. Okay, I've confirmed that. I've assigned you to carpentry. You're gonna go socialize and not make buckets. Just gonna... Sorry, a little salty currently. Need a minute. Yes, I have a corpse pile. Yes, I have a refuse pile. I don't want them to put the corpses into the refuse pile or the corpse pile. I want them to dump them. Doesn't matter what kind of piles I have. I have both already, but it doesn't matter because I don't want them to put them in the pile. I want them to dump them. But they're not dumping them. But that's the least of my concerns because they're doing no labor jobs. Not just not dumping them, they're doing no work whatsoever. Okay? It's like I have a burrow turned on. I do not have a burrow turned on. Right? So the suggestions are helpful. But I don't know what to do. So like I'm just trying to explain like everything that I've done. There is no forbidding on bodies. Bodies have all been set to dump. They're not forbidden because I unforbid them. They're set to collect refuse and corpses from outside. They're not set to save corpses, which is fine. Like, let's look at this. Burrow is off. Okay? No soldiers are in squads. Orders screen. Refuse. They gather refuse from outside. Okay? Dwarves gather bodies. Announce some job cancellations. Yeah. All dwarves harvest. Okay, all that's fine. All of the jobs are set to take them to corpse stockpiles. They're not doing that. All of the dump item jobs are set. They're not doing that. I'm convinced that there is a bug in the current version of the game where if you're at war with a dwarven civ, they will not move the bodies. I'm convinced that's what it is. Because there's something going on here that is not right. Because they should just be hauling all these corpses with no problem. The way the game works, and because I've done it this way many times, they should just be picking up the corpses and whoop, out the door. No issue, right? Which is a bummer, because in order to actually complete the mission I want to complete in this world, I have to fight dwarves. Because the faction that we're in, I accidentally, this is my fault, started a war with these blokes. No, not those blokes. The brush tongues, these guys. Sure, we can. That's something I haven't tried yet. Let's try deleting the corpse piles. Yeah, I'm not mad at you guys or anything. I'm just, it's frustrating that this is happening a second time, and it's frustrating because, like, to me, it just kind of means rip world. So I'll remove the dump rules. I made a new corpse stockpile down here as well. And I'm going to remove the dump orders, and let's see if they even just haul them. Restart. The problem with restarting is this is my third restart in this world, right? This bug happened in my first fortress. Didn't have time to happen in the second one because it died real fast. But this bug happened in my second fortress. We've spent weeks researching this world and reading into the history, right? Can I try coffins or something? They won't do anything with the... They won't take... We tried this already. You can't coffin invaders because they don't count as invaders. And my dwarf corpses can be put in coffins, no problem. But invaders can't be put in coffins. So what I think is going on is there's some sort of split where they're trying to haul, but they're unable to because they think that they're allied, but they're not allied because they're invaders. I'm convinced that's what's happening. There's got to be some sort of fuddling in the code because dwarf on dwarf wars don't happen that often unless the player initiates them. And look, none of them are doing any jobs whatsoever. I'm convinced they're just like in the background mass canceling a hauling job because you don't get canceling notifications on hauling jobs. Or sorry, dumping jobs rather. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, we could try, we could make a new community world tour. Yeah, no labor at all. What do you mean? Does it look like they're doing anything? This is one of my best miners. Yes, 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 and yes. I've done all of that twice. Cold fire. They're trying to make buckets. I have buckets assigned to be made. We're not in a burrow. Let's turn the burrow on. Then let's turn the burrow off. I don't know. Does turning the burrow off stop working the burrow? There's no work going on at all in or outside of the burrow. Like, I can turn the military on. Restart my game. It's not going to change anything. Trust me, it's not going to change anything because it'll save the current state of the game. I mean, I could Alt F4 and save scum. But no, this game doesn't have any memory leaks or anything that would be fixed by restarting. I could retire and the fortress and come back, but I have a feeling I'm going to see the exact same bug. I've already tried deleting the burrow. That's not how burrows work. Cold fire. Already tried that. I already tried deleting and remaking the burrow. Because I was trying to do that before the were creature arrived, then I had to remake the new burrow for the were creature. I've got all the doors down here are open, so they can leave. That's not the problem. I don't know. Do you think we start a new community world and just try real hard? Okay, so here's kind of like the two options we have or the three options. Option number 1, we make a new world. I already did that. You're not the first person to suggest that, and I've done that twice. Fire. We have 3 options. Okay. Option number 1, we retire this world. We make a new world and do Community World Season 2. Start looking for new legends and new stories and just say that Bobette reigned for all eternity. And if you guys want to mess around with this world, you can. I can put it up publicly somewhere. Option number 2. And then we start a new world and begin a new season of the Community World. Option number 2. We make a new fortress in this world with a new faction. And play as part of a faction that is not taking part in the Brushed Tongs / Vessel of Artifice war. Because I'm convinced that's the problem. Or option 3, we retire this fortress and try something else in this world. I don't know. Basically, those are the 2 options. Do you guys want to make a new fortress in this world or make a new fortress in a new world and start a new set of storylines? New fortress in this world, then? Because I'm open to either, really. I really want to... I mean, okay, so... Doors will show up again, not if it's a new faction. Or probably not if it's a new faction. New here? I mean, that doesn't really matter. It would be a shame to lose Bobette. Well, rather to lose 2 Bobette. Well, here's the thing that we could do, right? We could, say, create a new, or join a faction that is, let's just say, a small insurgency group and kind of pretend to be a military band. Like, this fortress, if we retire it, will still exist, right? Closing and reopening the game will never and won't ever fix anything in Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game like that. That generally fixes things like memory leaks, which Dwarf Fortress doesn't have, and in other games can reset the engine and fix things, but that's not how Dwarf Fortress works. It's not going to fix anything. I'm primarily just bummed out because I really liked the way this fortress looked. It's a fucking cool-ass map. So I need to take a piss break, but I'm going to put a poll. I will probably just make another fortress in this world, but I'm just curious as to what you guys think. So I'm going to turn off rigging. I'll be back in a minute.
Chicken attack! Chicken attack!
Man, nobody voted, but I... You guys need to get better at that. Okay, sure. Apologies for Salt, but bugs like that are fucking frustrating. Genuinely. All right, let's go make a new fort. Because bugs are a pain in the butt. Goodbye. You never saw the poll? Well, you need to look at the top of chat then. Are you guys all inning? Is that what's happening? I mean, good luck. I mean, Belug just all in, I think. So I hope you guys like watching new forts. The question is, what fortress or faction do we go with? Damn! Feel like just made a lot of money. Or actually, we could read... Spend it wisely, as if you have anything to actually spend money on. Eh, nah. Although if you want something to spend your money on, this streamer just bought 2 brand new monitors. Alright, so... the brush tongs and the vessel of artifice are at war. Problematic doors, I think, are also at war with them. And then there's the Fortress of Amazements. Here's the question, is which faction do we go with? Because we should avoid the problematic doors, the Fence of Drums, the Vessel of Artifice, and the brush... I guess we base... Or one of these two. Either the problematic doors or the Fence of Drums, because we have to avoid these 3. The brush tongues, Vessel of Artifice, and the Fence of Amazements. Because I haven't really done much up here at all. Because everything that I've done has been down here. There's a lot of elves up here. It's also like these dwarves out here on an island. Odd. There's also Elf Australia, which is where? Because they have their own little continent somewhere. I remember seeing them all. Why am I not seeing them now? Not seeing it. I like this world a lot. It's really nice, but that bug, man. Look at all of those elves. There's so much. Well, the problematic doors are like this massive lump of forts. We want something potentially interesting. We could go for the problematic doors and cram ourselves in with all of these fortresses and see if we can find like underground roads and shit. That could be fun. I don't know what our goal would be though. That's the problem. The reason I cite that as an issue is because, well, because we kind of had like this awesome storyline going with the Vessel of Artifice. Unlikely? No, it's extremely likely if you settle in these large clusters. It's extremely likely that you will find... just looking for shallow metals. More metal, basically. I'm just looking for more metals. If you settle in like a cluster, like this, in the middle of a bunch of forts, you're almost guaranteed to find that. The goal could be to expand the road network. Unfortunately, I can't really have much say over that. They're just kind of there or they're not, you know? Oh, at war with elves. Well, that's fitting. So the problematic doors are at war with elves. As well as goblins. I mean, that could be actually something interesting. Be like the guard of the road or something. God, this is such a cool world. Also, all of these humans up here in this area. It's Warforged elves? What do you mean, which close to 100 remains? 100 what? That's a heavy aquifer. I don't want to deal with that. Kind of looking for any shallow metal. But there doesn't appear to be any kind of around the edge of this, just deep. There you go. Deep metal, shallow metal. Literally in range of everything. Australia, I don't know what I was smoking, but I thought that there was like an island that was just... I thought this island was just filled with elves, but it appears to not be. So I don't know what I was smoking, but it's certainly not there. There is also the option of like doing something completely and totally different and settling on like a spooky glacier or something. You like cold spawns? I mean, who's this guy part of? The Fortress of Amazement are not at war with anybody. So, I mean, heavily forested, deep metal. Fight back the elves. It's calm though. Of the White Walkers. I mean, that's not hard. I mean, if you want spooky, this is a neat spot. The Revolting Point. In the closed forests. Closed forests are calm. The Revolting Point is sinister. Like, all these areas could be interesting. Considering, like, there's already dwarves settled on them, so they can't be that bad, right? Haunted. Is there any spooky stuff down here? I mean, I guess it just kind of depends on what we want to do with this. Need that snot rain. Those pus clouds. That's kind of neat, actually. I can't settle here, but there's two fortresses, one on either side of this lake, just like on top of the lake. Oh, that's a spooky biome. Could cram my fortress in the middle of it. It's not like I'd get any assistance, though. I don't know. Why don't you tell me, Patolis? I'd done a stream last I checked. That's literally what we were trying to do. In the last fort. I've done a good stream? Oh, thanks, man. Although, we're in the wrong faction right now. It's actually really steep. You're just dumping random ideas? Okay, so TLDR, Dejanka. Because I don't expect anybody here to remember anything that's happened in this world. 2 weeks ago, we dumped our first fortress due to a problem that we were having where no jobs were getting done whatsoever. My theory is that there's a bug related to being at war with a dwarven faction as dwarves, because the second there's dwarven corpses on the map, they literally stop doing all labor. All labor. Doesn't matter. All labor. They'll just wander around doing absolutely nothing and letting dwarves starve to death. They won't do manually assigned jobs. They won't do any labor whatsoever. TLDR, I am at war, or the faction that I was in was at war with dwarves. So I said, okay, probably a bug with this fort. Let's make a new fort. Made a new fort, and it immediately died to a loyalty cascade. Didn't even get to fight anything. We had like 80 dwarves, and I want to say a were creature showed up, and I turned on a burrow to hide them inside. And then when I turned off the burrow, it like caused someone to go nuts. Anyway, long story short, all the dwarves in that fort died, basically. Was there a new release version? Not since February, no. And it happened again in the fort that we were just in. So we're settling on a different faction who's not part of that war, because we were part of the Vessel of Artifice previously, but the Vessel of Artifice is at war with the Fence of Drums and the Brush Tongs, which are both Dwarven factions. So now we're down here due to accidental invasions by yours truly. Which I feel bad about. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a problem. She has centuries of wrestling competitions on her side. That is true. So now I'm just trying to figure out where I should settle and what kind of fort I want to do. Because now I'm part of a different faction with different goals. I mean, if we want to be super weird, there's a freaking volcano out here in the middle of goddamn nowhere I could settle on. Or we could just be like a little dwarven outpost settling up near the humans, with the goal of convincing them all to send us stuff every year. Or I could settle up here and try and fight the elves. We did a monastery fort not too long ago. Doesn't work very well. Them and their problems. Yeah, of course. They cause all the problems, right? Because they are problematic indoors. Tower of Babel. How would you do that? Because dwarves don't have don't have the ability to develop multiple languages. In order for it to be the Tower of Babel, they would have to develop a new language, right? It's like no light, shallow metals up here, just deep metals. I mean, if it's deep metal, it's just deep metal. We could do a cavern fort. Haven't done a proper cavern fort in a while. I'm trying to think, what was the last cavern fort I've done? Cavern fort's when you just dig straight down to the caverns and then forget the outside exists. So we got 2 deep metals. Haunted and calm. So that would give us a couple haunted tiles. This would also give us a couple haunted tiles. I don't like doing full haunted biomes. I like doing partially haunted biomes if I'm doing haunted. Also, by the way, I am on this topic, I am planning on in like the second half of October doing a full haunted old world embark. We'll see how well that goes. Might just be a single stream. Wouldn't surprise me if it's a single stream. You should do the Dwarven Roads or aim for the Dwarven Roads, maybe? Well, let's go for the problematic doors. And just be another fortress in the megaplex that is the problematic doors. See if I can cram myself in the middle of here somewhere and find something that happens to be kind of cool. That's deep metals, light aquifer, shallow clay. But they have some spooky up here, so. This spot looks neat. And the reason I'm going to say why this spot looks neat is look at this. Look at how steep those slopes are. That's guaranteed to be a waterfall. Maybe 2. You vote roads? Well. This puts us in range of goblins, elves, dwarves, and humans. Gives us a road and a river on a really steep gorge. Because, like, I can't guarantee that we'll get underground roads, but I've found them before. They're hard to find because, like, in adventure mode, there's fast travel points, yeah? Sort of. That let you go from one dwarven fortress to another. Those are made by having underground roads, right? They're primarily for adventure mode, but you can actually find them outside of adventure mode, which is bad fucking ass, if you ask me. So I need to check my email because I'm waiting on some Amazon packages. I bought 2 monitors and a monitor stand, which is, the stand is either going to arrive today or tomorrow, depending. So according to this, it's been shipped. So supposed to arrive today by 9 p.m. So we'll find out. I realize I'm being very indecisive about this, but... All right. At war with elves, in range of goblins. Right next to goblins, in fact. We're part of the problematic doors. Next to a really steep gorge. We have a road, a surface road. That can reach us, that we can see. And I guess it's time to settle now, innit? All right, so we're part of the problematic doors. We have deep metals. I think an aquifer. No spooky. We'll save that for the Halloween special. Stintharakashbin. Yo, to anybody who has the world save open, I think Vin does. Could you give us some... Do you happen to know anything about the problematic doors? Because we need a symbol and a fortress name. And a group name. Let's start off with a symbol. All right. The Mortified Dyke. That's a terrible name. Let's change the name of it. Dragon of Lashes, the Earthen Communion, the Ore of Coloring, the Auburn Boot, the Bronze Gills, the Tuft of Smiths, the Brass Creed, the Smith of Reliving, the Lens of Drinking, the Beak of Rooms, the Delightful Tomb. I like that one. The Delightful Tomb. Delightful Tomb, I think, would be like a coffin that's glowing. I'd assume. A glowing coffin. Object, not shape. A coffin. This is an image of a coffin. Action or relationship? Glow? No. Burr? Eh. Sparkle? No. Looks confused, is offended, and is terrified, unnaturally contorted, weeping, and withering away. The Delightful Tomb. This is an image of a coffin. This is one of my favorite parts of Dwarf Fortress, is like the pre-fort lore building. And a broad cross. Melting? I really wish I could go into historical figures and then search by deity. Or like... I want to know all of the deities that are in this world type deal, you know? For a second there, I was trying to use arrow keys and wondering why it wasn't work. The Delightful Tomb. I don't know who would be... Point cut gem and a half moon. It's an image of a coffin, a broad cross, and a half moon. You know what? Let's keep it simple. The Delightful Tomb. And our fort. We have an owl deity? Ooh. I feel like I've seen that deity, actually. Other dwarves that worshipped it. That sounds very familiar, Stone. Tomb Street. I know that's not a word. Let's go with Tombbeak. Rakust Imuth. Rakust Imuth. Tombbeak. Sounds kind of like a Hate Peak cover band. I don't know. Tombbeaks? I don't know. Because I can't really go owl. I mean, I guess I could. Tomb owls. But, like, there's no basis on that. Count to 1 million. Yeah. Tomb knowledge. Ugh. How about tomb copper? Tomb copper. I mean, yes, the Akil the Copper Beak's name does have beak in it. It would be difficult to not. Also, Youthithro, because you said that you're new here, right? Well, I noticed you followed 45 minutes ago. Normally, during the week, we have a fortress that we're trying to keep alive for 1,000 years. So this is kind of my, like, fuck around day, where we just kind of do whatever and mess with things and see if we can break stuff and have short forts and have funs. I really like that name, Tomb Copper. So we're going to go with Tomb Copper. I might still call this Season 2, because we're part of a different faction. It is still fitting because, like, you know, we've messed around in the wars of the South for a number of years, and now we're going to the North to see the tensions between the dwarves and the elves. 1,000-year reign of getting robbed by Kias and robbing everybody else with our totally legitimate business propositions. No! Wait, who's trying to reset things? Did you guys fudge up the numbers? No, you didn't. Well, good on you. The knowing papers, the invisible diamonds, the plank of blockading. Saw nothing? Okay. I did indeed see nothing. Room of Ashen, the lean tool. So this is our group name, the Sweltering Aqua Hames. Fort name is Tomb Copper. Group name. Don't really care too much about this one. Just gonna kind of hit or until I hit something that I like. The Rock of Sculpting. The Awe-Inspiring Treaty. Lantern of Quests. The Mirror of Profit. The Mahogany Diamond. That makes no sense. Clearly you didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see two 100s. Seems perfectly clear to me. I will say that you guys suck at counting, though. The Paddle of Quickness. How about this? Just a round of beers in chat to just prove that everybody here saw nothing, right? And remember, we will have Tarn Adams on this stream on October 1st. Exclamation point interview if you'd like to send him a question. Well, send me a question to then format into a list of questions for Tarn. And I'm going to have to keep it, like, down below 20, so... yeah. There's already a lot in there, so they better be good, and I'm going to be skipping all the bad ones. I like this one. The Lucid Ore. It's the name of our group. All right, so once again, we're part of a different faction, so we'll probably see none of the previous dwarves. Can you see the list of questions? Absolutely not. That is for me to know and you not to find out, so just ask a question. I also don't know who submitted what questions, so... You just want him to speak more Kobold? That's fair. I mean, if I ask... Like, well, the reason is because last time I had, like... The way I did it last time was I just had people submit questions in YouTube comments and Reddit. A lot of people submitted the same question. And it's like, well, if 5 people submit the same question, who do I credit with the question? You know? It's tricky. So. Alright, so I need 7 names. So if you'd like to be one of the first 7 dwarves in this fortress, raise your hand. I'm just going in the order I see them. There we go. That's 7. Rhine, Axon, Gimper, Brahms, Kibbs, Coldfire, and Cilantro. Sorry to anybody who didn't get them. Because... Well. Trying to avoid the political bullshit in my chat. Euthyphro. As a Canadian, I don't fucking care about your politics. I don't need to know. Anyway, she's 56 years old, born on the 13th of Moonstone in the year 212. Ryan says everything is fine. Yeah, also there will be a lot of other dwarves showing up. Well, then keep the dumb politics out of my chat. Ryan does say that all the time. Everything is fine. Her extraordinarily broad ears have nearly fused lobes. She is thin, and she has an angular chin. Her hair is wavy, and her short hair is neatly combed. Just read it for the memes. This is kind of a... For the people who are new here, because there are some new people here. Leave your pepes at the door and fuck off with your goddamn stupid memes. I don't need that shit. Like, just... treat this chat room. I know that like a lot of channels on Twitch are all about the memes and dumb jokes and shit. Keep that shit about as far away from here as you possibly can. And we'll get along just fine. She personally doesn't care about nature one way or another. And doesn't really value skills related to fighting. And doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of raising a family. You got it.
Many people ask me, Nikita,
we enjoy comedy that is like not memes. Well, anyway. I mean, there are good memes out there. Just keep them wholesome, if you must. Often spends unnecessary effort and is extremely confident in herself in situations regarding her skills. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and likes to keep her things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. Often feels lustful and tends to assume the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Also, shoutouts to those of you with the custom sound commands, because you guys are the people that actually fund this stream and keep me here. Seriously. So Axon is 84 years old, born on the 1st of Glena in the year 184. He personally deeply respects skill at arms and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Doesn't see cooperation as valuable and dreams of mastering a skill. Same word, same fumble. Dude, speaking other languages is hard. Like, I don't blame the guy. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth, is very slow to anger, and tries to keep things orderly. He is a friendly individual that doesn't seek out excitement, tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to be passive in discussions and could be considered rude. He laughs in a unique way when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, welcome to the Fortress, Axon. Gimper is 74 years old, born on the 19th of Moonstone in the year 194. Thin and frail and very short, with sideburns that are neatly combed. He personally respects power, values hard work, and dreams of mastering a skill. Also, all of their hair is buff, and their skin is peach. What color is buff? Okay, so they're like dirty blonde, basically. They're like sand color. All right, that's a color that I just learned existed. They're dirty blonde. He personally respects power and values hard work and dreams of mastering a skill, is naturally trustful of everybody, and cleaves to an austere lifestyle, disdaining any matter of immodesties in appearance. And he is completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. He is curious. Sounds like my dad. He is curious and eager to learn on the changing his mind thing. He's curious and eager to learn. Bullshit. You never change your mind. Well, okay. I guess you learn one thing once and then never change your mind. Got it. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he can handle stress. He rarely feels discouraged and has little interest in joking around. When he's bored, he often scratches his nose, and he begins to talk much more slowly when he's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Really, I wouldn't know how to look up that color hex. They give you color hexes for DF colors? Huh. Brahms. His skin is dark tan and his hair is buff with a touch of gray. Peach and dark tan, eh? All right. At least we all kind of know what dark tan looks like, without having to, like, Google that. Yeah, we're getting there. Which means I'll probably get a day off before I interview Tarn. Should be nice. Although we're not going to do another day off fundraiser for a bit. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, honestly. He personally values cunning and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, values self-control and values a harmonious existence, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Interesting. Good to know. Stone. He is very stubborn and strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. I'm going to go check my blood sugar. My head feels fuzzy. 2 seconds. All right, you got the wiki open in a different tab on the color page. Oh, fair enough. So that's Brahms. Kibbs, 84 years old. Cinnamon skin. Also buff hair. The touch of gray. Dreams of mastering a skill. She rarely feels discouraged. And she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She lives a fast-paced life, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She has little interest in joking around. Look at you guys getting fancy with emoji. I mean, it's possible. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she has little interest in joking around. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Actually, no, you're going to be a doctor. And she thinks that, and she enjoys the company of others. She exhales sharply when she gets angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Cold fire. Skin is dark peach, and hair is buff. 54 years old. Euthropo, what did I tell you about leaving your memes at the door, yeah? Just remember, we all think you're stupid now. He personally sees war as a useful means to an end. This is Coldfire. Values artwork and does not really value skills related to fighting. His slightly low eyebrows are quite sparse. His hair is buff and his skin is dark peach. He's made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance. He has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Accepts favors without feeling particularly grateful or a sense of obligation. Preferring to act as the current situation demands. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he is assertive, and he rarely feels discouraged. He is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this as he values confidence. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and chews his lips intently when he's thinking. He holds his breath when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yep, no fighting. That started off as, maybe military. Ended with, absolutely not military. Last one is Salantra. I could do without all of these creatures in tangled greenery, he says. She says. Once again, pale chestnut skin. Interesting, so their skin tones vary quite a bit, but they're all buff hair. All dirty blondes. She personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and does not care about family one way or another. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she does not easily hate or develop positive feelings. Doesn't handle stress well, and she is often nervous. She tends to think before acting and laughs in a distinct fashion when she's exasperated. She cracks her knuckles when she's angry, and her tongue sticks out when she's trying to remember something. She rarely speaks when she's exasperated, when she needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's usually eyes or hair. I wasn't looking at eyes, to be honest. This one's got emerald eyes. All right, let's just jump over to items. Trying to decide what order I should do this. I think I'm just going to bring some extra picks. Because I think most of these dwarves are going to be miners to start. And then we're going to put the rest of it into wine and beer. Because we're going to try and get underground fast. It's a lot of alcohol. Let's bring 2 cats. Not going to focus on farming too much. One's pinkish and one's yellowish. Yeah, no, they're quite different. Peach is a very different color from tan. Alpacas, no, those are too expensive. What did I say about not farming? We can get animals later if we want them. We don't need them at the start. Trading isn't going to be an issue. Also don't need pigtail seeds. Yeah, we'll just bring beer. So I can just dig. All right. So we're just bringing a buttload of alcohol and some extra picks. That's the wrong button. Rhine, Axon, Gimper, Brahms, Kibbs, Coldfire, and Cilantro. Chat, you know what do. Strike of Earth. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all, Bat Uktktan. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place, Rakust Gazal. Tomb Copper. Strike the earth. Clear is the color gray. Well, at least that solves that long-running mystery. I always wondered what clear looked like. I mean, you'd think it would be very clear what clear looks like, right? Terrible joke, I'm sorry. I know almost nothing about color hexes, so those just like confuse me when you give them to me, but it's fair. All right. Pause. Well, would you look at that? There's snow. A lot of snow. Jack, can we get a round of beers for this glorious new embark? As I zoom out, let's have a peek. Let's see what kind of river we got here. Seems like a... Okay, it's just a brook. So it's not going to immediately, like, drown us if it thaws underneath our feet or anything. You know, as much as I like snow, it's a little hard on the eyeballs. Indoor fortress. So we got conglomerate, white sand. What kind of trees do we have? Maple, apricot, peach. Is it a cold biome? It's very far north, but it's not cold. It's more temperate. Like we got maple trees and willow trees. Apricots, I guess. Like, it's pretty far north, but we're also quite high elevation. So, yeah, I mean, seems kind of like northern North America type deal. Like, it certainly could be colder. All right, well, here's our expedition leader. Cilantra is the expedition leader. As for wild animals, we have 2 peregrine tricels. We're going to give everybody mining. Because we're going to go dig. Actually, no, we don't quite have that many, so we'll just give all of them mining. You know what, let's just dig out a square. And do that. And do that. And out to there. And do that. Downstairs. Oopsies. Downstairs, downstairs, downstairs. Cancel that last one that I fudged up. Downstairs, downstairs, and then go beneath you. Yeah, how many Z levels should we go down, chat? What do you think? Let's say 70. Seems good and deep because I said cavern fort, yeah? Not joking. We going down. You ever had sticky keys pop up because of DF? Man, I always forget that there's mouse control in this area. And I go to tab back in and it clicks on a thing and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, time to dig deep indeed, yeah. 'Cause I want to know if there's roads around because there's dwarven fortresses everywhere. Darn Cat, thank you very much for that Prime subscription for a 2nd month. Cheers, man. Thanks for helping fund my dumb streams. Thanks for sticking around. And thanks for continuing to watch. So much sand. All right, well, Cilantra, I'm going to give you carpentry and wood cutting so that we can hack down a bunch of trees so that we can dig through this goddamn aquify. The elves don't like us, so that's fine. Well, it doesn't look like there's aquifer all the way through it. God damn, that's a deep aquifer. Just keeps fucking going. Well, one thing at a time. Yep. Time to put in walls. gonna have to forbid a bunch of these temporarily. Yeah. We just gotta wait for the wood to come in. Here they come. Dwarves are moving real slowly. The reason they're moving real slowly is because there's snow everywhere. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. There we go. I can actually see what I'm doing in here now, which is nice. So I'm going to have to fill up everything that isn't stairs with bits of wall. Before, of course, you know, everything, like, fills up, because it's going to do that. Okay, so I can now unforbid that, and that. Put a piece of wall right there, piece of wall right there. Mine out you. This must be completely incomprehensible for you guys to keep track of, because I'm having trouble keeping track of it. What am I digging through again? I don't fucking know. We got a couple more layers of this to go through. Nicho Live, thank you very much for the raid. White sand, yeah. That's what we're digging through. How was the fort today? What were you guys working on? It's a damn wet spot. Yeah, and we're having to dam it up, damn it. I need some beavers. We got maple trees. We just need beavers. How you doing, Bahatome? Those things. Maz Kitten, sup? Hey, it's a bloody Drongo emote. I don't see those too often. How's things, Nietzsche? I'm digging through an aquifer in a new fort in a part of a new faction. World that I've done quite a lot of things in. But we are the lucid ore of the Fortress of Tomb Copper. I'm going to build a cavern fort. So we're going to dig down to layer like 70 or something and try and breach 2 cavern layers on the way down. I'm sure it'll go fine. Absolutely fine. Nothing will possibly go wrong. Nothing ever goes wrong when I dig this deep, this quickly. But it's fine. We got 7 peasants. Should be fine, I think. 1 dwarf felling a bunch of trees so that I can dam up this bloody aquifer. Just a light aquifer, nothing major. We don't entirely know where this fort's going to go yet, because I haven't done anything with this faction. The other factions are all down in the south, and they're warring amongst each other, quite literally. Not all of them were started by me, but a lot of them were started by me. So now we're just trying to, you know, wreak havoc and chaos in this side of the world. I mean, it's perfectly safe if you know what you're doing. If you ignore it, like a little, like, wet. For making pretty designs. Yeah, I've never really gotten into making pretty designs. I don't know. I would think that I have by this point. I like my clusterfuckian messes. They're just fun. It's fun to just make things look like a weird mishmash of things, building, and objects and items. Which then kind of gets this weird abstract beauty to it. But, you know, do what you gotta do. Also, partially because I feel like I could never compete with the stuff that Cupo makes. Because he totally doesn't cheat. At all. Ever. But this biome is neat. The snow's starting to melt, but it's a very, very, very steep canyon with a creek at the bottom. And a road up there, I think. There's a road up there somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where it is. It's under snow right now, but there is a road going through. We're kind of in the middle of a big old cluster of forts. So we're kind of hoping to hit underground roads, but who knows? Ah, your square rooms for efficiency. I'm nice, big, round, flowing rooms for natural building reasons. I like stuff to look round and organic, or not necessarily round, but like organic. I like it to look like it was constructed by a group of people rather than like some weird Soviet blockhouse. Yeah, that's why I like building cavern forts. It's like, go down to the caverns and then build your fort without actually breaking into the caverns at all. That's kind of my mythos for building. It's like, well, what would a natural organic town look like? That's what I try and do. Conglomerate. Well, we'll just bring wood. 'Cause I'm just, you know, we're just plugging drains right now. It doesn't matter what we make them out of, really. Although conglomerate's the same color, but... But seriously, thank you very much for the raid. Good to see you guys doing well. It's a tricky world, that of streaming. Unlike a year ago, this directory was like basically just me and Cupo. And occasionally another person or two, and then the bot account, which has been gone for a bit now, which is weird. Also, to those of you coming in from Nietzsche's stream, we're going to have Tarn on the channel again. I had him on back in June, but October 1st at 3 p.m. Pacific. So right now, on the 1st, we're going to have Tarn Adams on the stream. If you want to submit a question, type an !interview and chuck a question in there. And I'll compile the best ones that I like most down into an interview. We'll see you later. Go get dinner. Thanks for the raid. Cheers, man. And my back is itchy. Nice that spring's arrived. We kind of got like this little head start on digging without having to worry about graders arriving too early. I don't know what the hell I'm going to sell them, though. That's going to be a bit of a problem. Here's to the season 2. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to word it on YouTube. We'll figure it out. Although I don't know how anybody keeps track of anything that I upload to YouTube because it's kind of a mess. But speaking of messes, this is a deep-ass aquifer. It's like 3 levels now. Yeah, this... God dang it. This is a deep aquifer. Lordy. But we'll see you later, Vin. Thanks for all your work in Legends. It's gonna be fun exploring this faction a little bit. I'm just sad that we weren't able to kill Babette. Still long-term goal, though. Whether we do it in this faction or another faction. Who's turning 40-40? Not sure what that means, Squug. I mean, you and Squug are still married in the other forts, so find out then now, won't we? Your bedrooms are inconsistent? Do you just put bedrooms everywhere? Honestly, inconsistency is the best way to be consistent in Dwarf Fortress. I mean, hold on. Let me look at this screenshot that you posted. Those are your bedrooms? Those are really nice bedrooms. Any dwarf would be pleased to have a bedroom that glorious. They're really nice looking. I like them. Wow. Wow. Da-da-da. So we take out another layer. Let's see if this is also an aquifer. God. How deep does this frickin' aquifer go? This is the deepest light aquifer maybe not that I've ever seen, but certainly one of the deeper ones. Okay, it looks like we're actually getting through on top side, but seriously, fuck this aquifer. Speaking of inconsistency, Rhinestone, when are you going to stream Dwarf Fortress? You did promise. You did promise. I'm still expecting a Dwarf Fortress stream from Rhinestone at some point in 2020. Unless this is just going to become like Hobo and gifting me a bunch of games and me never playing any of them. Man, there's got to be like a PR company who started doing this recently. They just spam my Twitter DMs. Like, I have an email. If you want to reach out to me professionally, please hit me in my email. My Twitter inbox ain't really for the, hey, do you want to stream this game? Not really. If I wanted to, I would have reached out to you. Can't really hate people for trying to promote their games, but... So plan for this week, tomorrow we'll be doing more Long Death. Day after, I think, is a Jupiter Hell patch day. So assuming that patch comes out, I think we're going to have Epion on the stream for a little bit. And we'll play some Jupiter Hell. So that'll be fun. I've just given Epion kind of the open invite that whenever there's a patch for Jupiter Hell, he's more than welcome to just pop on voice and yell at you guys for a bit. Or yell at me for dying, one of the two. So that's going to be kind of silly and fun, I think. Because considering this stream is the #1 Jupiter Hell stream in the world, just by raw numbers, you get to have me and a wild drinking Polish dude talk about a game. So that'll be a little bit of fun. That's gonna be Monday. So we'll probably do other roguelikes in the evening on Monday. I'm trying to have like one day a week where I just play not Dwarf Fortress all day. So like a roguelike and then another roguelike or something else. I don't know. Whatever's interesting.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stoned Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. I can't read that, Hobo. Hi. But this isn't Hobo. This is the biggest light aquifer I've run into. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Z levels deep. Like, this is ridiculous. What were you trying to say and in what language? But how's things, Hobo? How's your day been? I'm trying to dig. It's been difficult. Although this is all stone, yeah? Yeah, so next layer I think I should just be able to smooth it. Instead of, like, digging. We'll do that on the next one. Yeah, I think I think I like the crazy Forts and Dwarf Fortress for the same reason that I like looking at spaghetti factories in Factorio a lot more than well-organized factories in Factorio. Well-organized factories in Factorio are just boring to look at for me, but I love looking at spaghetti factories. I didn't understand a word about that. What? I think that translates to subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL with Twitch Prime if you have it. And if you don't, throw $1 at this ugly mug on Patreon. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain that that's what that translates to. What language is that even? Oh, it's Numa Numa. Oh, okay. I know what you're bullshitting at me now. Good to see you, Hobo. Thanks for the $1. I mean, any kind of financial support right now, regardless of where it is massive because I just bought 2 new monitors and a monitor stand, and I shouldn't be complaining because, like, I've been saving for this, but at the same time also, like, credit card bills. Zoom Zooms tomorrow morning, yes. This is true. We are going to Russia. So, something kind of funny. There was a bit that was done on Shift F1, which is the F1 podcast that I listened to, where they talked about the dads of F1, where they were just, like, kind of figuring out how many of the F1 drivers are dads, right? And they forgot one, which is Danny Kvyat, who's the Russian driver. And apparently, he had a girlfriend. They had a kid. And she dumped him, like, within 3 months, right before Christmas. And he posted a picture on Instagram of himself looking very sad by himself by a Christmas tree with a bottle of vodka, which is really sad and also hilarious. Who knew that loose cannon F1 Russian driver and Instagram model wouldn't work out? Who knew? We're still kind of in the everybody gets all of the jobs phase. Oh, hey, the river outside melted. That's how long it's been. We went from winter to mid-spring. But thank you for the bit, Sobo. Seriously. So what you been spending your Saturday doing? I chucked up the announcement video about the next Turn Adams interview. So next time he will be on stream is going to be October 1st at 3 p.m. Pacific. So any modding assistance I can get on that day, Hobo, would be greatly appreciated. Because that's like kind of the only time I really need help with mods is when Tarn's on my stream. Okay, we gotta be through the goddamn aquifer. So I'm just gonna start digging. I'm assuming it's just the water that's... Let's see if these keep filling. No? We just take breaks every so often. I wouldn't say we're in a podcast hiatus. We just... Well, we recorded one yesterday, but... Around this time last year, there was a big break from about August until about December, where we were super inconsistent. I don't pay my podcast hosts, and I don't have a podcast editor. So if my podcast host is, you know, working a job and busy, or co-host is working a job and busy, we don't record. And if I'm exhausted, I don't edit. So if I'm stressed out, busy, and exhausted all the time, and he's working, we don't record. If you guys want to give me like 3 times the money on Patreon so I could actually afford to pay my co-host, then I'll probably do it more often. But it's very much a bonus thing that a very small number of people actually actively listen to. So it doesn't make a huge amount of sense to... Okay, I know it is still filling. This is still aquifer. That's ridiculous. Of course it's still damn stone located. This is bonkers. You're at the gym 3:15ish, right? Well, then you'll probably miss it. Oh, well, because we start at 3. So you can be there for the first, like, 10 minutes. If that. You'll probably be traveling to the gym. This is really annoying. No, this isn't. You only just figured that out, R&D Some? How long have you been watching? No, the fort's always in the title, right? So I've got 2 worlds that I'm running. I got the community world, which is basically just my fast and loose messing about world. And then there's the... Yeah, no, it's fair. And then there's the Long Death Millennium Fort, which is the one I'm trying to keep alive for a year. It'll always be in the title. So if you're ever confused about what fort it is, if you don't recognize the title, that's probably why. It's something else. You just had a thought? Oh no, that's dangerous. Don't hurt yourself. Oh, you're home around 6:15. Oh, okay. I know. Then you'll be there. Perfect. I'm gonna try a theory. Yeah, no, this is still just fucking Aquifer. This is all still fucking Aquifer. This is blowing my mind. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. And we're straight down into stone. That's not, but this all still is. It's just a brook, yeah. It's just a brook. Well, this is conglomerate. And it's telling me that it's damp. So I don't fucking know. And then this is marble. The marble's not. Let's see if it evaporates then. But it was still filling. That's the thing, right? I was getting more reports of it, like, getting deeper. Maybe you're right. Nope. I just saw more water come out. That or it just spread, one of the two. I'd swear water just appeared right there. I'm gonna wait until I see it spread. Or evaporate. Yeah, it's still spreading. There's water coming from somewhere, and I don't know where. So conglomerate must not fucking count. Because there's still water coming from here. That's called making a well, Mega Mid-Boss. We're trying to dig, not give our dwarves swimming lessons. I've never seen, I mean, to be fair, both biomes have, we're right on the edge of two biomes, and both of them have aquifers. So this is bonkers. You dig. They'll cancel it if they hit damp, but you just dig. They'll do it, they'll protest, but they'll be like, oi, bud, it's dangerous. The fuck's wrong with you? Now you can just put doors down? I mean, now you can just put walls down and just kind of ignore it. Not necessarily doors, but... How deep is this? I'm gonna dig a scout tunnel. I'm just going to ignore all the aquifer layers and just dig through them. Let's see if I'm actually hitting aquifer. Like, water hasn't even had time to spread into this little hole. Look at this. Yeah, you used to basically just die if you hit an aquifer, which is why so many tutorials will tell you to completely avoid aquifers, but they're completely different now. This is ridiculous. This is like, what's the name of that island that is supposedly like a treasure trove? And when you dig down, there we go. Well, we hit the cavern. I mean, cool's relevant. On the bright side, caverns seem kind of clear. Yeah, no, cavern. That would be funny if we hit caverns and they were just all water. All right, so I'm just going to dig through and then put walls in. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. This fortress is testing my patience. I'm just going to be very honest with you guys right now. Should have called this fortress the something muds. You've discovered a downward passage. Yeah, I'm digging it, you dimwits. That is ridiculous, though. Like, actually fucking ridiculous. Come on, dwarves, go dig all this stuff out. Like, it doesn't stop until down here, practically. That's bananas. Absolutely bananas. And look, there's like waterfall. Like, this is aquifer. Water's falling here. Wow. Well, at least now we have a lore reason for being a cavern fort. We had to. There was nowhere else to build. Everything else just flooded. You know? I'm just gonna hollow out this whole thing, probably. But man, I'm just blown away by this. Hope it stops draining at some point. Out of curiosity, to those of you who are participating in the counting room on Discord, are you guys ironically participating in it as a favor to me? I think this is aquifer right here. There's no water above it. Or maybe it's because of the water below it. Maybe. Okay, it's got to be because of the water next to it. Anyway, are you guys ironically participating because it's something funny that helps me, or are you guys actually entertained by that shit? Because I'm actually kind of entertained by it, watching you guys try to count to 1,000,000. It's fun. I don't know if I could say that. Yeah, fair enough. What's the Z level where it stops? I think 16 was when they started digging fast. Initially to help, now it's muting. Yeah. All right, well, let's just get a bunch of shit hollowed out down here. So this to me is the fun of cavern forts, right? It's like, I kind of don't really want to have access to the caverns, but it's also kind of fun to have access to the caverns, you know? As we'll see Forgotten Beasts show up as they happen and stuff. Although it's going to be mighty easy to make a well in this fort, that's for sure. We're not even halfway through our booze yet from all the booze that we brought. Well, these dwarves have lunches packed. That's probably plenty. But this seems like a nice big open area to work on. Okay, so what are these vermin in here? Hamsters. We're in a cavern filled with hamsters. Cave spiders. Yeah, dead spiders, bats, and hamsters. Lots of vermin. And we're now slowly flooding the caverns over here. What, if we can hit 1,000,000? I mean, if we hit 1,000,000, that's got to be some sort of, like, achievement. Although no underground roads, so mildly disappointed so far. All right, Coldfire, you can have mercenary. Or mercenary? Masonry. It's like a user-driven clicker. Actually, I wonder if someone could build a clicker bot into Discord. I wonder. Like, it just gives you a button that you click and it just puts a higher number in. We haven't quite passed our record, but we're getting there. How much was the thing the Xbox 360 achievements had? I don't know what you mean. There's still water coming down there. Okay, you know what we could do? This is just a pitch idea. I think this could work. Because there's still water falling out of that fucking aquifer, right? I still see it coming down. What if we just dig a bunch of holes around the edge into the caverns and put grates onto the ground and just let the water fountain down and just have a permanent free fountain spraying water on my dwarves as they run up and down? What do you think? Because there's still water coming down. Let's try that. Why not? Floodgate, hatch cover. Water reels rise, section for unlimited power. I mean, I could do that anyway, but... Watch me accidentally trap a dwarf outside. Or a cat or something. Do you have to take the least convenient rocks imaginable all the way down there to make a rock grate? Haste is of the utmost importance here. My dudes. Oh, look at you taking your sweet butt time. It's a bit out of character. It actively gives them happy moods, though. I don't see any scary animals down there. So it should be fine. They're happy when they're near waterfalls. You have work tomorrow? Well, hopefully work is tolerable. I'll be on tomorrow. If you're allowed to watch YouTube at work, the VODs for these go up on YouTube. But have a good day at work. Cheers, man. Thermodynamics are easier for dwarves to overcome. Oh yeah, no, dwarves have greater power than Palpatine. That is true. But, you know, everybody sometimes has to channel their inner Palpatine, right? Like, we all have a little Senator Palpatine inside of all of us, you know? This fort's already been, like, too fun for my blood. So what do you think? Do we just say fuck it and dig down to the next cavern lair? I think we just say fuck it and dig down to the next cavern lair. As soon as that dwarf finishes that goddamn grate. Why do I keep hitting H? It's G. It's great. We're done with all three of those grates. Dwarves have an answer for everything. Yeah, dwarves are kind of the ultimate power being. That's for sure. Well, maybe not the ultimate power being, but certainly a mighty powerful being. I'm not actually sure what this is here. Oh, did they run around the outside and dig that in? Oh, I think I know what happened there. That's fine. So now drains can just like sploosh down there if there is any. There's a lot of vermin in this tunnel. This tunnel's kind of gross. Not gonna lie, it's like full of gross little critters and shit. Let's dig down to the next cavern layer, shall we? Now that we're through that stupid fucking aquifer. Golly. There we go. Must build stores and brewery, etc. Depends on how much alcohol you bring with you. We still have about 200 left. We brought 300. Quite a while we can go before we're going to start running into problems. Ah. We're digging right next to that way down to the lower levels. But yeah, no, it highly depends on what you bring with you and how much it's stuff you bring with you. In our case, I could probably wait until the first migrant wave before I actually start actively making food. Heads up, chat. Investments are open. Also, something that's worth mentioning. Tomorrow, we're going to start getting 40-month resubs on this channel. $40 months. 40 goddamn months, I'm telling you. That's ridiculous. Well, that's what my resub badge says. 40 months. Oh shit, we hit tetrahedrite. That's good news. That is very, very, very good news. Bunch of gems. You know what? Let's keep going. Might as well keep going. Just want to know how deep the second and third cavern layers are, and more importantly, I want to know where the magma sea is. So if we're doing fun shenanigans, might as well do fun shenanigans. Hey, Lump. So you head back down. Kind of surprised I haven't hit the second cavern layer yet. We might have missed it. Kind of thought that we would have seen it though. Got a ways further down to go first. We're digging in rather uninteresting stone. We're real deep now. How far down can we go? 139 is the lowest layer. Let's go down to 120. These dwarves are exhausted, by the way. Although they are very bored, but satisfied at work. You felt tenderness when talking with a lover. You have a lover? Aw, Gimper and Reiner together. How cute. It's quick. We got lovers in a deep pit. Like lovers in a dangerous space-time, but deeper. And pittier. I kind of want to just build like a third layer fortress. Not that this layer ain't nice. This layer would make for nice crafting, but this layer is kind of ugly as shit. This will kind of be like maybe the front door type area. My favorite thing though in Dwarf Fortress is when you collide with a very deep layer and it's just full of corpses. It's one of my favorite things ever that's happened to me in DF was I broke into the third cavern layer and it was full of bodies. Just strewn everywhere, bits and pieces, multiple forgotten beasts, dozens of dead, like various animals and creatures. It was one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me in Dwarf Fortress. I was like, what the fuck happened here? We went into the legends and it was like 200 years before you even got down there and it was like Clash of the goddamn Titans. More or less, yeah. It was like two very powerful forgotten beasts had reign over that area for like 100 years each. It was ridiculous. Like I said, one of the coolest things I've ever read about. Also, I should remind people, today's stream is going to be a little shorter because I'm going to be spending some time with my little sister tonight. So we don't have a huge amount of time left, so I'm trying to make as many discoveries about this area as possible today, which is why I brought so much booze with me. And thank you so much to everybody who's cheered, resubbed, and followed the stream today. And anybody who's just hanging out, because, you know, if it wasn't for you guys, there would be no stream. That's kind of how it goes. Bubble Quinn, welcome back for a second month. With Twitch Prime in this case. Thank you very much for chucking Bezos' dollars at me. Thank you. I know it's called Prime Gaming now, but I'm never gonna fucking get that through my head. Round of beers in chat, if at all possible. And thank you very much. Yeah, nope, nothing. Let's just keep going down until I hit something. And enjoy the dwarves. Oh, there we go. Found where that aquifer drains to. Much nicer looking. Look at this. This is a pretty lair. I like this. I think this is where we're going to live, chat. This is our new home. It's pretty looking. I like it. What do you guys think? Does this look like home to you? This place looks cozy. There's tons of building space up here. There's an olm on the wall. Just a small olm. Well, it's time to build some bedrooms for our dwarves. 2. Because, you know, I think they've earned that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to need a few more. 8, 9, 10. And there we go. That'll basically do her. And we'll expand as needed with more bedrooms. And we're still, we're so deep, we don't even need to like pull off shenanigans to have magma forges down here. We just need to dig like a few more levels down and forges. Like we're basically at magma forge already. Oh, would you look at that? The migrants have arrived. Hopefully not too many. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Yeah, I think we can deal with that. What tasks do you do? Mistum, the legendary bone carver. Bamboo, the peasant. Hulan, the trader. Well, that's helpful. And you already have plenty of skills relating to your task. So you know what? You can be our boss of that stuff. Need to make you a table, but... Oh, I'm sure that there will be many echoes of and screams and cries for help coming from deep within the caverns that will make the walls tremble at night. And no key tracks. I think that'll be part of this place's charm. Frankly, I genuinely believe that this place is going to flourish because of the creaking at night. That's the wrong button. But for right now, I don't want to follow that stray cat. I want to follow you while you make tables and chairs. And go drink. Of course, that's the priority. Actually, no, the priority is custom stockpile for food, furniture, ammo, coins, bars, gems, finished goods, maybe not wood. Let's bring everything inside, because everybody can do that, and then we can just make our meeting area down here. This is the, oh god, get everybody inside moment. And let's make some more beds as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Also, Ryan, are you lurking? I want to tell you something if you are. If you're not, that's cool, but... I guess I'll just say it, but, Idols is really fucking growing on me. Like, in a big way. I think I'm starting to understand why Ryan likes Idols so much. Idols is in the band Idols. Very interesting British rock group. They're starting to, I've kind of had this void in my brain for a long time that used to be filled with Rage Against the Machine, and then Rage Against the Machine just kind of fucked off for a really long period of time. And Idols is kind of replacing that for me. But yeah, no, frankly, I'm looking forward to the Cave Dwellers coming and visiting us. I think that this is going to be a fun symbiotic relationship we're going to have with them. Especially considering, you know, we're digging, like, think about this, right? We're right above an underground lake. Look at where we're building. We're digging into this, like, underground cave, right? Right above this big open lake. Seen any critters? No, just an olm. Just a few vermin. Oh, there's some pond grabbers. Bunch of pond grabbers. Pond grabbers, of course, being a small creature that lives in the watery ditches deep underground. It has sharp beak and 4 tentacles, with claws at the end. Its skin is blue. They reach out and grab their prey and give them a little pull when they're hungry. So far, just pond grabbers. While all of the stuff gets brought down here. Also, bookkeeper. All counts accurate, please. But yeah, this is where the majority of stuff's going to be, I think. Not to be confused with a big ol' U. The dwarves of below. Of Tomb Copper. What's ironic is we are basically in our own tomb, and most of the underground, the only metals we've found are copper. It's kind of fitting, actually, that we're called Tomb Copper. Kind of fitting. Oh, there's something. Troglodytes. Whole bunch of them, too. Yeah, a whole bunch of them. So we got troglodytes in their first layer. And pond grabbers in the lower layer. I like that there's already dwarves like eating food on the manager's table, like almost in protest. It's just funny. God, that's steep. Compared to the rest of the fort, like, we're gonna need to move everything down here. You know, let's just do this. Place those beds there and make that into a barracks. And we'll just smooth all the stuff around. But they're not pink in any way. I mean, there isn't much in Dwarf Fortress that is pink. A lot of fruit. Bilberry bushes. Onion plants. Ooh. Set those to gathering. I'm gonna set some of these dwarves up in other industries because I don't need them all working as woodcutters. In fact, I certainly don't want to have to make a woodworkers guild, so. And something that we're going to do up here. So I'm going to set this area up to be defendable. And in the water? How do you suppose I part the water? Well, I guess I could pour lava on it. I don't know. I'll think about it. One thing at a time right now. Let's like get the basics sorted out first, then we'll figure out what kind of weird projects we can do in these caverns. Because I could totally flood stuff. Power won't be hard to get because, well, we're in the caverns and there's water. We also have that stream. But because we are on such a low layer, I could very easily, and I do mean very easily, make us into like some sort of magma pump stack, and burn the whole caverns, seal it all up. We could very easily do stuff like that. Like, that wouldn't even be a chore. That would just be basically free. But not only is that a later project, I think that's also a project for next week. I've been streaming for just over 7 hours. My little sister's going to be here in about 30 minutes. So I am calling it a day on today once the game's done saving and I can close. Lots of kerfuffles and annoyances today. It sucks. I'm really worried about this world. Like, I don't want to dance around it too much. I'm worried that this whole world is going to need to be retired. Like, we really need to avoid the Vessel of Artifice, which sucks because I've gotten quite attached to that faction. But I think next week on Saturday, we're going to need to pull this world apart and do a bunch of Legends stuff for this faction because I haven't really dug into this faction too much. They're kind of a anomalous existence to me. Like, I haven't really looked into them too much, the problematic doors. So I think we're going to need to do that next week. For those of you who have this save file, if you want to look into this faction a little bit as well, that would be cool if you want to. Yeah, we're calling it a little short today because my little sister's visiting from Quebec, and her and me are going to hang out, and I'm probably not going to see her again until next year. So unless, like, you know, vaccine stuff actually happens this year, which I see is rather unlikely. So she will be flying back tomorrow, assuming her flight doesn't get canceled. So with that, friends, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching the stream. Hopefully the closed captions were helpful and not annoying. We're still kind of messing with them. I've also redone some volume settings to try and make me a little louder without blowing your eardrums. Who is on that we could send you guys?